Chapter 1644. 1644 The distinguished guests of the 1644 clan. The situation of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was even more dangerous than what Feng Wan understood. It should be that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan doesn't want Feng Wan to be so worried. For a subordinate to be able to do this, it can be said that he is extremely loyal and has no other intentions. Wang Xian sighed in his heart. After Feng Wan was killed, they chose to go into seclusion directly. However, now that Feng Wan had returned, they were willing to sacrifice their lives for the great cause of the Empress. Such a loyal race was rare. Looks like I can't waste any more time, Wang Xian thought to himself. With a move of his body, he turned around and flew in the direction of Fire Cloud Mountain. Buzz! Everyone, get on board. Take the Nine Gods airship and rush to Fire Cloud Sparrow Fire Cloud City. At this moment, a 100-meter-sized airship appeared in the sky above the Holy Fire Race. The airship shimmered and emitted a powerful formation. Although the entire airship was small, it contained a terrifying amount of energy. The Nine Gods airship? Wang Xian looked over curiously. Buzz! What a fast speed! When everyone from the Holy Fire clan entered the airship flew forward at a terrifying speed. This speed was not any slower than Wang Xian's. This should be the top-notch airship of the Nine God Empire, Wang Xian thought to himself. He stood there for a moment until the airship disappeared from his sight. Only then did he fly in the same direction. Fire Cloud Mountain was tens of thousands of kilometers away from here. It would take a few hours to reach it by flying. This is a completely destroyed city. As Wang Xian flew in the sky, he realized that there were destroyed cities below. The gigantic cities were completely in ruins. In the cities, the fresh blood had dried up long ago. Some of the corpses had rotted away. After passing through 2 to 3 cities consecutively, they were all in ruins. There were also some people in the ruins of some cities. The entire area was abnormally tragic. We're here. After 6 hours, numerous incomparably huge flaming mountains appeared in sight. In front of the flaming mountains, there was an incomparably huge city that was over 100 kilometers away. It was built with fiery red rocks, and the entire city was completely enveloped in flames. In the sky, over a dozen flaming skylarks that had spread their wings and were over 10 meters in size were circling in the sky. Each fire lark was exuding a violent aura. They were at least at the 8th level of the see-through realm. At this moment, the entire city was completely sealed off. This was the first city that Wang Xian had seen that had not been destroyed. At this moment, a group of people was floating in front of the city. Wang Xian looked over. They were the members of the Holy Fire clan. He hesitated for a moment before flying directly to the city gate. What are these people from the Fire Lark clan doing? Why aren't we opening the city gate immediately? They still need to confirm our identities. How troublesome. We are here to help them. Impatient voices could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of the gate opening could be heard. More than a dozen old men and women dressed in fiery red robes walked over hurriedly. Everyone from the Sacred Flame clan is truly sorry. Because the masked assassin organization infiltrated Fire Cloud City 2 days ago and killed many of our members, we had no choice but to close the city. We have also gone through strict checks on all those who entered. We are truly sorry. An old man walked over and immediately spoke to everyone from the Sacred Flame clan with an apologetic expression. All right, let us go in. These people from our Sacred Fire clan are here temporarily. In a while, there will be another 500 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. The elder at the front of the Sacred Fire clan said plainly. All right, everyone from the Sacred Fire clan, please come in. The elder from the Fire Lark clan frowned slightly and gestured. Who is he? At this moment, a faint voice sounded from the back of the Sacred Fire clan. A young man stared at Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, and sized him up from head to toe. As soon as the young man spoke, the experts from the Fire Lark tribe immediately looked over. Their fiery red eyes locked onto Wang Xian. Everyone, I'm Wang Xian. I'm here to support the Fire Lark tribe. Wang Xian saw the experts from the Fire Lark tribe staring at him. He smiled and took a few steps forward. At the same time, he took out a token from his interspatial ring. A young lad came to support the fire sparrows? What a joke. The young man who was sizing up Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard his words. Then, he said with a smile, "This is—" However, the elder at the front of the fire sparrows stared at the fiery red token and was slightly shocked. "Young master, please come in." The elder bowed slightly with a hint of respect on his face. He immediately walked to Wang Xian's side and said to him, "What do you mean?" The two experts of the Holy Fire Clan, who were at level 9 of the see-through realm, were slightly stunned when they saw the elder greeting Wang Xian respectfully. They frowned slowly. "Bring everyone from the Holy Fire Clan into the Fire Cloud Hall. Young master, this way please." The old man said to the other experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan and led Wang Xian into the hall. Wang Xian smiled and followed closely from the side. Since he had come to the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan, it was natural for the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan to recognize him. He had a token given to him by Feng Luan in his hand. It was called the Fire Cloud Token. Other than the patriarch of the Guardian Clan, who did not need to treat him with respect, everyone else who held this token had to treat him with respect. It could be said that this token represented the arrival of their patriarch of the Guardian Clan. "This old man, please inform your patriarch of the Fire Cloud Clan that I, Wang Xian, am here." Wang Xian entered the city and scanned his surroundings before speaking to the old man directly. Fire Cloud City was located on top of a volcano. The temperature of the entire city was extremely high. It was a holy land for fire attribute cultivators. "Young Master Wang, why don't you wait in the Fire Cloud Hall? I will inform the patriarch." When the old man heard Wang Xian call their patriarch by his name, his heart trembled. If Wang Xian didn't have the Fire Cloud token in his hand and just called their patriarch by his name, he would have taken action immediately. "Okay, sure." Wang Xian nodded his head and followed the old man to the back of the Fire Cloud City. "Young Master Wang, please take a seat. I will inform the patriarch immediately." The old man brought Wang Xian to the huge Fire Cloud Palace and pointed at the front seat. "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head. One by one, the maids came over and poured a cup of tea. "Fiery Light, where are you going? Aren't you the one who welcomed the experts of the Sacred Fire Clan?" "There's a young Master Wang named Wang Xian who has the Fire Cloud token in his hand. He wants to see the Patriarch now. I'll go to the Fire Cloud Mountain Palace to report to the Patriarch." "What? Fire Cloud token? Fiery Light, stay here with this young Master Wang. We'll go and inform the Patriarch." Wang Xian picked up the teacup and heard the exclamations from outside. Soon after, he saw the old man walking over again. "Young Master Wang, our elder will inform the Patriarch. I will wait here with you." Fiery Light smiled as he spoke to Wang Xian. Chapter 1645. 1645. Among the distinguished guests of the 1645 clan, Wang Xian nodded his head and sat there quietly. It was obvious that this elder named Fiery Light didn't know his identity. It was also possible that he didn't know that their empress was still alive. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a group of more than 1,000 people walked in from the entrance of the Fire Cloud Hall. "Everyone from the Sacred Fire Clan, please take a seat at the side. Our clan elder will be here soon." Upon seeing their arrival, Fiery Light hurriedly greeted them. "I say, we are from the Fire Lark clan. We are here to help you. Why didn't you prepare to welcome us in advance?" The two elders who were walking in front revealed displeased expressions as they spoke to Fiery Light directly. "I'm sorry, everyone. Please wait for a moment. We will be here soon. Please take a seat." Fiery Light pointed at the seat behind Wang Xian with a smile and gestured. "Are you asking our elders to sit behind a young man? What is the meaning of this?" Some of the middle-aged men from the Sacred Flame clan were slightly stunned when they saw Fiery Light asking their two elders to sit behind him. One of them frowned and spoke directly. They were here to help the Sacred Flame clan. Now, a random kid came over and was treated better than them. What was the meaning of this? Were they looking down on them? No need. We'll just stand here. A hint of displeasure flashed through the eyes of the two elders of the Sacred Flame clan as they replied coldly. Fiery Light pursed his lips and didn't speak. It wasn't that they didn't welcome him warmly, but that an even more mysterious guest had arrived. Seeing that Fiery Light didn't speak anymore, the expressions of the Sacred Flame clan's members became even more unsightly. Some of the Sacred Fire clan members whispered to each other with displeased expressions. Boom! 10 minutes later, just as the Sacred Fire clan members were feeling impatient, a special fluctuation suddenly appeared. Everyone in the Fire Cloud Hall was slightly startled, and the Sacred Fire clan members hurriedly shut their mouths. Buzz! Over 10 figures appeared in the middle of the hall. When the two elders of the Sacred Fire clan saw this person, they were shocked and revealed a faint smile on their faces. The patriarch of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had personally welcomed them. It could be considered as giving them enough face. All the displeasure from before had disappeared. Elder Fire Cloud, I didn't expect young Master Wong to come. Before the rock, please welcome everyone from the Sacred Fire clan. Young Master Wong, let's talk inside. Patriarch Feng Yun turned towards Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded and took 2 steps towards Feng Yun's position. Let's go. Feng Yun nodded. With a wave of her arm, she brought Wang Xian and disappeared into the Fire Cloud Hall. The two elders from the Sacred Fire clan were stunned. They didn't even greet Wang Xian. The rest of the members from the Sacred Fire clan were even more stunned. Patriarch Firecloud wasn't here to welcome them, but that youth. What was that youth's identity? Brothers of the Sacred Fire clan, thank you for your support this time. At this moment, the only elder of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who remained thanked everyone from the Sacred Fire clan. His words made the faces of everyone from the Sacred Fire clan turn ugly. Any random young man could make Patriarch Firecloud come over personally to receive them. And they, on the other hand, were abnormally cold towards him. They were from the Sacred Fire clan of the Phoenix Dynasty, the founding general clan of the Phoenix Dynasty. Now, they came over to help them, yet they received such treatment. This made everyone from the Sacred Fire clan slightly indignant. I wonder who that young man was, to actually be able to make Patriarch Fire Cloud personally receive him. The two elders of the Sacred Fire clan asked coldly with gloomy faces. Hui Yin was slightly stunned before shaking his head. I don't know either. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has already prepared a feast to entertain everyone. Young Master Wong. Greetings, young Master Wong. At this moment, 50 kilometers away, in a Fire Cloud Palace on Fire Cloud Mountain. This Fire Cloud Palace was the core of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Anyone who could enter this place must be a member of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. In a room that was not very big, Feng Yun bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. More than a dozen figures beside her bowed directly to show their respect. Among them, 5 of them had already reached the half-step realm of longevity. However, at this moment, all of them were staring at Wang Xian with fervent eyes. As the core elders of the Fire Lark clan, they were naturally very clear about the Empress's matters. Especially the Dragon and Phoenix Empire that the Empress had established, it made them feel extremely excited. Why did their Fire Lark clan fight to the death with the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop? Wasn't it because of the Empress's foundation? Even if they had to die, they wouldn't hesitate. And this young man in front of them was the Empress's strongest pillar of support. Even the Fire Lark clan couldn't help the Empress reach this step so quickly. In just 4 years, they helped the Empress establish a dynasty and empire, reaching the point where she could dominate the vast region. Even if this person in front of them was not as strong as them, they would not hesitate to ask them to kneel down. Moreover, from their point of view, this young Master Wong was very terrifying. For years ago, they learned that this young Master Wong's strength was only at the extraordinary realm. Now, he was at the 9th level of the see-through void tier. It was probably only a matter of time before longevity in front of this young Master Wong. You don't have to be so polite. Wang Xian smiled slightly when he saw their respectful expressions. Young Master Wong, please take a seat. Feng Yun pointed at the main seat in the middle and said to Wang Xian, Haha, I can't take up this position yet. Let's wait for a while. Senior Feng Yun, please take a seat. Wang Xian sat at the side and said to Feng Yun, Senior Feng Yun, the main reason why I'm here is for the matter of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Can you tell me about the current situation of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan? Yes, all right. Feng Yun nodded and sat on the main seat. The current situation is not good for our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, especially the Sacred Fire clan, which has caused our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to be in a passive and dangerous situation. Feng Yun frowned. The Sacred Fire clan? Wang Xian looked at Feng Yun, who he had met 4 years ago. She looked much older now and asked in puzzlement. That's right, the Sacred Fire clan. Feng Yun nodded. Back then, the reason why our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan dared to fight against the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Forging Workshop of the Sacred Items was because of the Sacred Fire clan. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was the protector of the Empress of the Phoenix Dynasty at that time. The Sacred Fire clan was the founding general of the Phoenix Dynasty. Once, when I was fighting with the Empress, I saved the life of the Patriarch of the Sacred Fire clan, as well as the lives of many members of the Sacred Fire clan. She once said that she owed me a life, and our relationship was quite good. She is still the founding general of the Phoenix Dynasty. If this crisis were to happen, she would be willing to take action. With the influence of the Phoenix Dynasty, the Life and Death Pill Workshop, and the Holy Item Forging Workshop wouldn't dare to kill us. Chapter 1646. 1646, 1646 clans distinguished guests. Feng Yun was talking at the side, while Wang Xian listened by the side. He frowned slightly. When Feng Yun was with the Empress, she had saved the life of the Sacred Fire clan's patriarch as well as their clan's life. With such a good relationship, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was attacked by the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. As long as the Sacred Fire clan stood up for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the two forces would definitely not dare to kill them. After all, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was once the Empress' personal guard, and the Sacred Fire clan's patriarch was the founding general of the Phoenix Dynasty. Due to the Phoenix Dynasty's might, they would definitely not dare to kill the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. This way, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan could also pin down the two forces. However, when Feng Yun asked the Sacred Fire clan's patriarch for help, the Sacred Fire clan's patriarch didn't refuse or agree. On the contrary, he invited Feng Yun to return to the Phoenix Dynasty. Once she returned, the Phoenix Dynasty would protect the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Now that the Empress had returned, how could Feng Yun join the Phoenix Dynasty? In the future, the Phoenix Dynasty would be their enemy. After rejecting, the patriarch of the Sacred Fire clan only sent experts from his clan to send her away. As for this support, it was only to help them fight against some people who were tempted by the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In other words, the Holy Fire clan will make a move but will not do their best. Furthermore, this support might not last for long. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he said coldly, That's right. They might retreat in half a year at most. Once they retreat, our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will be in danger. Feng Yun sighed slightly. She never expected that the person she had saved many times would only act perfunctorily when their tribe was in danger. Not every tribe can be as loyal and righteous as your Firelark tribe, Wang Xian said softly. The stronger the force, the more profit-oriented it was. It was rare to see a tribe like the Firelark tribe. The Empress is the benefactor of our Firelark race. Without her, we wouldn't exist. Feng Yun said calmly. Where is the battlefield now? How many insightful Emptiness Realm experts are there in the Firelark race? Wang Xian asked directly. The battlefield is at the easternmost part of the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. The two factions that are attached to our Firelark race are fighting with our Firelark experts there. Now that the Holy Fire tribe has joined in, they have restrained themselves a lot. It is a small-scale battle where their strength is weak. As for the insightful Emptiness Realm experts, there are more than 9,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in our Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe, Feng Yun replied. Only around 9,000? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as he asked in astonishment. Feng Yun was slightly taken aback when she heard Wang Xian's astonished words. Only? Were there less than 9,000 insightful emptiness realm experts? One had to know that this was only the strength of the Firelark tribe. If they didn't count the fallen ones, there were more than 10,000 of them. If this was placed in the Chao Fa continent, it would definitely be a huge force. This was once the personal guard regiment of an empire. What was the concept of a personal guard regiment? It was the kind of regiment that was the strongest in the 5 empires. The other higher-ups of the Firelark clan in the room also pursed their lips and smiled bitterly. This made them think of the power of this person in front of them. According to the vague information sent by the Empress, he and the Empress had defeated an army with more than 10,000 insightful emptiness realm experts together back then. They could basically guess that this insightful emptiness realm expert should have around 5 to 6,000 of them. This word Kai was indeed well used. Wang Xian saw their expressions and came to a sudden realization. All the insightful emptiness realm experts in the entire vast region added together only numbered around 20,000. The Firelark clan had more than 10,000 insightful emptiness realm experts, which was considered a relatively large number. Then, how is the opponent's strength? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. The combined strength of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop is only around 10,000 insightful emptiness realm experts. However, they have 2 longevity realm experts. Other than that, their financial resources are too terrifying. Not long ago, they hired a masked assassin organization to assassinate several hundred of our profound Void Realm experts. In addition, they issued a mission at the Mercenary Association to kill a member of our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. They were able to obtain 5 pills and 5 weapons of the same rank. This caused countless mercenary groups and experts to come and hunt us down. Now, the members of the Sacred Fire clan have come. They said that they would deal with these mercenary groups and unspecialized experts. They completely treated this battle as a training for their disciples. Feng Yun said with some anger. Masked Assassin Organization? What a strange name. Can you give me a copy of the information on this assassin organization? Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said to Feng Yun. The reason why he came to help the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was to kill the enemy. Since he was here to kill the enemy, he would first get to know the enemy. Sure. Feng Yun, the Fire Cloud Sparrow, and the other higher-ups were curious about Wang Xian's question. However, they didn't ask about it. A graceful and elegant lady took out a set of information from her interspatial ring and handed it to Wang Xian. Can you change your appearance, physique, and even your aura? Wang Xian looked at the information regarding the masked assassin organization in his hand. Unlike ordinary assassin organizations, the assassination techniques of the masked assassin organization could only be considered average. However, their method of changing their appearance was hard to guard against. When a person suddenly turned into someone you were familiar with, naturally, they would not be wary at all. Under such circumstances, the other party would be able to kill you easily. The second largest assassin organization in the Transcendence continent. Wang Xian was slightly surprised when he read the evaluation of the masked assassin organization. The masked assassin organization is different from ordinary assassins. Their unique method of changing their appearance, body shape, and aura is easier to train than other assassins. This has resulted in many assassins in the masked assassin organization. Some people have guessed that the number of assassins in the masked assassin organization is in the hundreds of thousands. Hence, they are rated as the number 2 assassin organization on the continent. The elegant lady explained to Wang Xian. Send me to the battlefield tomorrow. Also, show me all the information about the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Wang Xian said to them, Young Master Wang, what's your plan? Feng Yun stared at him with some doubt and asked, I have an assassin organization under me. I would like to try and see if they can withstand the assassination attempt by the dragon thorns. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Ever since he came to the Transcendence continent, he had started off by relying on the Dragon Thorns assassin organization. From the start, the ones he valued the most, and the ones he nurtured the most were the strange demon and the rest. In the vast region, during the 8 months he was resurrected, it was because of the existence of strange demon and the others that he was able to contend against the lone sect and the southern royal family. However, strange demon's strength at that time wasn't very strong, and he didn't carry out unbridled assassinations. This time, he came to the central stage of the extraordinary continent. It was time for strange demon and the others to perform. Dragon attack can kill a piece of the sky. He is looking forward to. Chapter 1647. 1647 went in alone. Thank you, young Master Wang, for coming to help us this time. Let me bring you to the front of the battlefield. The information you need is there. If you still need anything, just tell me. This old woman. Feng Yun looked at Wang Xian and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. All right, let's go now. Wang Xian nodded. Let's go. Feng Yun nodded his head and gestured to them. Then, he waved his arm. The scene changed, and they were in the sky above the fiery cloud mountain range. Feng Yun waved his arm again and brought them forward. After teleporting for 5 consecutive times, Wang Xian and the rest appeared in front of a mountain peak at the front of the fiery cloud mountain range. In front of the mountain peak, there was an incomparably huge city. There were over 10 million people in the city. Currently, the entire city was surrounded by a formation. Only the huge city gate in front of them was open. People with a murderous aura were coming in and out of the city. These are the 2 sects that are attached to our fire cloud sparrow. They are not weak either. Feng Yun explained to Wang Xian. Following that, she moved and brought him into the last fire cloud mountain. Flames enveloped the area. They stepped across a river of lava and entered the foot of the mountain. There's an information department in front. All the information regarding the life and death pill workshop, the forging workshop for holy items, and the war will be sent here. These information are real-time. Basically, they can be guaranteed to be accurate. If young Master Wang wants to see any information, just tell the person inside. Feng Yun and the rest brought Wang Xian inside. Patriarch, Queen, Clan Elder. After they entered, the Fire Cloud Sparrow's clansmen hurriedly shouted respectfully. Do your thing? The Fire Cloud Queen waved at them. Young Master Wang, let Huaguduo follow you for the next period of time. If you need anything, just tell her directly. Feng Yun brought him to the information department to take a look before instructing a woman behind him. Young Master Wang. The woman at level 9 of the see-through realm shouted at Wang Xian. All right, I'll take a look at the information here first. You guys go ahead and do what you need to do. Wang Xian nodded and said to them. All right. Feng Yun nodded. Wang Xian didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight in. He asked for all the information about the war, the life and death pill workshop, and the holy item forging workshop. The woman called Huagudwa stood at the side. Feng Yun and the rest took a look at Wang Xian before leaving. Young Master Wang is here. I wonder if you can alleviate the plight of our Fire Cloud Sparrow. All the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow came to a room, and the Queen of Fire Cloud said slowly, As long as nothing happens to young Master Wang, it's fine. We don't ask for anything else. The Empress still needs him. Feng Yun waved her hand and said. All the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan nodded their heads. They didn't expect young Master Wang to be able to help them too much. All they wanted was to be safe. Their Empress still needed young Master Wang's help. Wang Xian wasn't too surprised by the attitude of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan towards him. He sat at the position of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's information department and checked all the resources. Information was imprinted into his mind one by one. This gave him a detailed understanding of this war. This war was no longer an ordinary battle. It involved a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers and involved billions of people. After all, this was a battle between the top forces under the Transcendent Continent Empire. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had deep financial resources. At present, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had always been at a disadvantage. With the addition of the Holy Fire clan, the situation had eased up a lot. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop didn't want to become mortal enemies with the Holy Fire Clan. The Holy Fire Clan didn't want to bear the name of being ungrateful, so they only sent a few people to brush it off. As the situation eased up, it turned into sneak attacks and assassinations, which were no more harmful than large-scale direct collisions. This also caused the major factions to treat this place as a training ground for their disciples. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop even evaluated and rewarded their disciples based on the number of Fire Lark disciples they had killed. After reading through these basic information, Wang Xian went through all the information on the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop again. In his heart, he had a detailed understanding of the following actions. Young Master Wang, you've been watching for more than 10 hours. Do you want to eat something? When Wang Xian got up and walked out, Elder Huigeduo walked over and asked, There's no need. I'll make a trip to the city. Oh right, Elder Huigeduo, find me a place to stay. After I come back, I'll go straight to my place. Wang Xian said to her, All right, young Master Wang. The third cave on the mountain peak is where you'll be staying. There's a maid at the entrance while I'm next door. If you need anything, just let the maid call me. Elder Huigeduo pointed to a spot and said to Wang Xian, Okay. Wang Xian nodded and flew straight into the city. Looking at the entire huge city, most of the people inside were filled with killing intent. Wang Xian walked towards the exit. At the entrance of the city, some people were forming teams while others were looking for teammates. There were dozens of people who went out of the city to hunt for enemies. Outside the city, there was a hunting battlefield with a radius of a few thousand kilometers. The members of the Fire Lark tribe and the forces that were affiliated with the Fire Lark could also obtain huge rewards for killing enemies. Let's improve my strength first. Wang Xian walked out of the city gate and looked ahead. A forest appeared in his line of sight. The forest was a fiery red tree. It was known as the Fire Cloud Forest. The Fire Cloud Forest covered an area of 3,000 kilometers. There were fiery beasts living in it. This place was originally the backyard garden of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. There were many spiritual herbs planted in it. Now that the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had attacked this place had become the main battlefield. Let's go. Wang Xian moved his body and flew straight to the front. He flew straight to the void that was tens of thousands of meters away. He concealed himself and dashed forward at a fast speed. For the time being, Wang Xian didn't plan to mobilize all the strange beasts. He wanted to enter the city of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to obtain some information. According to the information of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the city more than 3,000 kilometers away was a base of the two major forces. If the people from the two major forces wanted to attack the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, they would have to stop here. Now, that place had become their supply station. As a supply station on the battlefield, the number of elixirs there had definitely reached an extremely high level. Wang Xian wanted to get his hands on those resources. He would plunder the resources in the early stages to increase his and the strange demon's strength. After that, he would have a good time playing with them. Wang Xian looked down at the front with a hint of coldness on his face. Are we almost there? Looking at the huge city in front of him, the corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Issuing missions and recruiting mercenary groups to hunt members of the Fire Lark tribe could reduce the loss of his own personnel. However, there was also a disadvantage. That was that it was difficult to manage. There were many people entering and exiting the city gates. Wang Xian walked in without any scruples. He went in alone. Chapter 1648 1648-1548 What Heaven's Pride? A dragon among men? Go. Walk, walk, walk out of the city. Yesterday, we killed more than 10 members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Haha, this is awesome. I heard that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has a helper, a member of the Sacred Fire clan. We have to be careful in the near future. We have already received news that the patriarch of the Sacred Fire clan did not come. The strongest one is at level 9 of the Profound Void tier. However, experts at level 9 of the Profound Void tier have experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to deal with them. The peerless prodigy of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Jiang Xingho, who is a dragon among men, heard that he has already killed more than 200 members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. He even killed more than 10 Void Interpretation Stage experts. He is simply too strong. Shualiani and Shualianhuan from the Life and Death Pill Workshop, the Twin Pearls, killed the prodigy of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, Huang Mingyu, yesterday. He is one of the most outstanding prodigies of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan in the current generation. As soon as he stepped into the city, voices of discussion could be heard. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and scanned his surroundings. All of them were young, middle-aged, and old men who were filled with killing intent. Most of them had bloodthirsty excitement in their eyes. The war between the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe had thoroughly angered the two major factions. They did not hesitate to pay a huge sum of money to issue missions. This had caused many people who loved to fight to rush over and join in the war to participate in the hunting of the Firelark tribe members. Wang Xian looked over, and a cold expression appeared in his eyes. A strange ray of light shot out from his eyes. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and five elements were opened instantly. He scanned his surroundings and could sense the strength of the people around him. In a city with a population of over 10 million, the weakest among them was at least at Transcendent Level 7 and above, and those at the Profound Void tier could be seen everywhere. His gaze swept over the buildings on both sides, one on the left and one on the right. Both rows were filled with shops of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Each of these two shops was thousands of meters long. High-level medicinal pills could be seen everywhere in the shops. If they were placed in the flowing sea area, it would make everyone go crazy. War was what the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Biological Pill Workshop wanted to see the most. The reason why they dared to pay such a high price to hire various mercenary groups and assassins was because they needed elixirs and weapons for mercenary groups to fight. If they bought elixirs and weapons from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, the income of the two forces would also increase. In this way, they did not have to pay too much of a price. Every shop has a level 5 insightful void martial artist guarding it. There are also level 7 and 8 insightful void martial artists among them. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the area and continued walking forward. There are level 9 insightful void martial artists there, and there's more than one of them. That should be the center. There are 5 experts who are half a step away from longevity. This entire city is terrifyingly powerful. If it wasn't for the Firelark tribe holding them back, the Dragon Phoenix Empire would have been destroyed long ago. Wang Xian quickly walked to the center of the city. He was slightly shocked as he checked the strength of the entire city. Once his identity was exposed, he would definitely not be able to walk out of this city. Although there were no longevity experts around, there were at least 5 people who were half a step away from longevity. If I plunder the elixirs here and escape immediately... The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. As long as there were no longevity realm experts around, everything would be fine. The current him could teleport twice without a break. One time would be 20 kilometers, and 2 times would be 40 kilometers. If he escaped 40 kilometers, even a half-step longevity realm expert wouldn't be able to catch him. This was especially so since all the elixir stores were located near the city gates. Wang Xian returned to the original route and arrived at the top floor of a restaurant near the city gates. His gaze swept across the area below. There are a total of 50 elixir stores. Some are big and some are small. There is only one place with an expert at level 8 of the see-through realm guarding it. There are 50 at level 5 of the see-through realm and 2 at level 7 of the see-through realm. With 500 strange demons attacking at the same time, they can take away all the elixirs from the 50 elixir stores in an instant. Then, they will fly over and enter the storage spiritual bag. They will leave in an instant. Wang Xian sipped his tea gently. He sat there quietly and watched as he pondered in his heart. It's only a distance of 2,000 meters. There is absolutely no chance of failure. Wang Xian thought to himself. Ha ha ha, young master Jiang Xingho, please come in, please come in. Young Master Jiang is simply too strong. He fought against more than a dozen experts of the Fire Lark clan alone. Impressive, impressive. At this moment, more than a dozen young men walked over from the stairway. They were laughing and conversing with each other. Jiang Xinghe, the peerless prodigy of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, the dragon among men, Jiang Xinghe. Now, he has the strength of a fifth-level void interpretation. He has shown brilliantly in this war. Is he Jiang Xinghe? I heard that he is an outstanding disciple of the current generation of the Jiang clan of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In the restaurant, some people also looked over with curious faces. Haha, it's the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's trash that is too weak. If it wasn't for their Fire Cloud Sparrow experts coming over, I would have been able to kill them all. The corners of Jiang Xinghe's mouth curled up slightly as he sat on the table with a face full of confidence. That's not right. Young Master Jiang, your strength is too strong. In this war, young Master Jiang, you have the demeanor of a great general. May I ask how many contemporary disciples have the demeanor of a great general like you? A few young men at the side fawned over him. Haha, serve the wine and dishes. His figure was tall and sturdy. The young man holding a heavy hammer in his hand waved his hand arrogantly. Now that I've killed 19 Fire Cloud Sparrow Cave Void Realm experts, I'm still lacking one more to be able to give a follow-up evaluation of Jiang Xinghe. I want to earn the title of the strongest heaven's favorite in the Jiang family's current generation. Haha, that's right, that's right. The disciple who performed the best in this war will be able to obtain a huge reward. I think this reward belongs to young Master Jiang Xinghe. Voices of unbridled conversation rang out. Some of the people around didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Xinghe was the current heaven's favorite of the Jiang family in the Holy Item Forging Workshop. He was the disciple of the dragon among men. A fifth-level insightful emptiness realm expert. Each title could suppress many people. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the group of people who were chatting freely and smiled faintly. Let's move out. He looked out of the window and had a thought. In the storage spirit bag in his hand, illusory shadows flew directly towards the elixir store below. 500 strange demons were moving out at the same time. The weakest among them could assassinate an expert at level 6 of the see-through realm. There were a total of 500 of them. This force was extremely terrifying even in this war. A group of strange demons flew over at an extremely fast speed. Out of the 50 elixir stores, 1 out of 10 strange demons entered. 5 of them attempted to assassinate, and the other 5 took all the elixirs away. How long would this take? Just a few seconds. At this moment, Wang Xian stood up slowly and walked towards the table of Jiang Xinghe and the rest in the middle. He was holding a wine cup in his hand with a smile on his face. I have long heard of young Master Jiang's great name. Let me toast you. Wang Xian walked over and raised his wine cup towards them. Jiang Xinghe looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. Who are you? What right do you have to toast young Master Jiang? The group of young men on the table stared at Wang Xian and said in disdain, Walala. However, the moment they finished speaking, they saw the young man in front of them pouring his wine onto the ground. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 1649 1649 What heaven's pride? A dragon among men? Down. Time's up. You can die now. Pa. Under the astonished gazes of everyone on the top floor of the restaurant, the wine in the unfamiliar young man's hand fell to the ground. Following that, the porcelain cup in his hand also fell to the ground. A crisp sound and cold words rang out, causing everyone in the restaurant to be slightly stunned. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and a wave of destructive energy directly attacked everyone in the restaurant. What? Who are you? In the restaurant, Jiang Xinghe and the rest felt Wang Xian's terrifying attack. Their faces were filled with horror and terror. However, Wang Xian did not pay any attention to them. He stood there without saying a word and looked at everyone with an expressionless face. Run! Jiang Xinghe stood up hurriedly with a face full of horror. However, at this moment, a terrifying attack covered the entire top floor of the restaurant. His face was filled with horror as he froze. Wang Xian waved his arm, and the corpses of more than 30 people on the top floor were directly stored into his interspatial ring. What heaven's pride? What dragon among men? In front of him, he was just a weakling. As the saying goes, before everyone's peerless heaven's pride, and dragon among men had matured, they were all trash. In the world of the strong, there were only the strong. Murder. At this moment, sounds of exclamations could be heard from outside. Wang Xian stood there and looked down with a smile on his face. In his line of sight, numerous strange demons were flying towards him at a terrifying speed. They entered Wang Xian's acceptance spirit pouch directly. Dragon King, it's a success. Everyone is here. Ao Yao's voice rang in Wang Xian's ears. Let's go. Wang Xian swept a glance at the terrifying aura that surged from the center and revealed a cold smile on his face. His figure flashed and appeared 20 kilometers away in an instant. After completely fusing with the heart of darkness, he would also possess all of Ao Yao's abilities. As long as it was not an attack formation that was controlled by humans, the other defensive formations would have no effect on him. After 2 flashes, his figure appeared 40 kilometers away. Wang Xian flew further away based on the memories in his mind. Who did it? Who did it? Reporting to Grand Elder, all the members in the 50 shops of our life and death elixir workshop have disappeared. All the elixirs have also disappeared. Less than 3 seconds after Wang Xian left, figures with a terrifying aura flew over. An old man with the words life and death embroidered on his clothes roared angrily. His body trembled when he heard the report from his subordinates. What did you say? All the members have disappeared and all the elixirs have disappeared? The old man scanned his surroundings furiously. With a wave of his hand, he attacked the tallest tower in the city. Wang. A terrifying energy directly surrounded the entire city, and the city was directly sealed. What's going on? What happened? Why is the city closed? That seems to be the Grand Elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. It seems like the Life and Death Pill Workshop has been ransacked. All the people have disappeared. How is this possible? Every pill workshop has a 5th-level Profound Void martial artist guarding it. There are a total of 55th-level Profound Void martial artists. When everyone in the entire city saw the formation seal, their faces revealed a shocked expression as they discussed in succession. How is it possible to raid 50 of your shops in an instant? This is absolutely not something that one person can accomplish. Each shop has an expert guarding it. This requires at least 100 6th-rank Void Interpretation experts to be able to do it. However, even if there are 100 experts at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation realm, they wouldn't be able to move so fast. Where are they now? The expert from the Holy Item Forging Workshop scanned his surroundings. With a wave of his arm, one one-eyed crow after another flew over from the center of the city. There were over a dozen cyan crows that were more than 10 meters in size. They had a single eye between their brows, and they looked somewhat terrifying. Crows, check if there are any suspicious people. The expert from the Holy Item Forging Workshop said directly. It's the Grand Elder. The dozen cyan crows spoke in human language and hovered in the sky above the city. Their huge eyes coldly swept over everyone. Under the crow's eyes, no one who was suspicious could hide. Even half a step to longevity can't do it in just a few seconds. A Supreme Elder of the Holy Item Forging Workshop frowned. Fortunately, it wasn't their Holy Item Forging Workshop that was robbed this time. But even so, at this moment, it made them a little nervous. Our Life and Death Pill Workshop put tens of thousands of insightful Void Tier pills here. There are also hundreds of thousands of pills below insightful Void Tier. There are also 50 experts above the 5th rank of the Profound Void Tier. It must be the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. It must be their doing. An angry voice was spat out from the mouths of the 2 Grand Elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. They directly floated in the sky as they swept their surroundings with dense expressions. So many medicinal pills. This was an incomparably huge blow to their life and death pill workshop. It was no exaggeration to say that 1/10 of the medicinal pills in their entire life and death pill workshop were here. It was even more than the losses from the previous war with the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan shouldn't have this ability. Could it be that they found some helpers? The Supreme Elder of the Holy Item Forging Workshop frowned. Facing such a terrifying clan like the Fire Cloud Sparrow, they were filled with fear everywhere. After all, that was once the personal guard race of the #1 Empress of the continent. Damn it! Damn it! Search for me, search the entire area. The two half-step longevity experts from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop roared furiously. Everyone in the city was filled with shock. It seems that half-step longevity is not as powerful as I thought. Wang Xian flew in the sky with a smile on his face. In fact, the gap between Wang Xian and half-step longevity was not huge. Half-step longevity meant that they could teleport after comprehending the 9th level of the domain. They could use their domain to suppress their enemies. However, the distance of their teleportation was about the same as the distance of Wang Xian's current teleportation. The only difference was that they had one more domain to attack. Although there was a gap between Wang Xian and them, the gap was not too big. There are so many elixirs here. Taking out a quarter of them is enough to raise Ao Yao's level. Wang Xian looked at the elixirs in his interspatial ring and smiled. He came to a safe place in the sky and swallowed all the elixirs. One by one, the pills were converted into dragon energy. Tens of thousands of insightful void-level pills were swallowed. Under hundreds of thousands of insightful void-level pills, the top-tier pills among transcendents were swallowed. Following that, Wang Xian transferred the dragon energy to Ao Yao's body. A 7th-level insightful void-level dragon species, fighting 2 levels above it. Chapter 1650. 1650 The 1,650 humans and dragons merged into one. It's the right decision to come here. I can kill without any scruples and plunder without any scruples. Looking at Ao Yao's improvement in strength, Wang Xian revealed a smile. In the vast region, unless he destroyed the 3 superpowers, it was impossible for him to obtain so many resources. However, he could obtain them easily here. Killing people and plundering goods. War was the fastest way to make a fortune. Wang Xian continued to fly into the distance. He took a look at his attributes and realized that he still needed half of the resources needed to level up. I'll be able to level up with a few tens of thousands of elixirs above the insightful void realm, Wang Xian thought to himself. After all, his current strength was only at the 4th level of the insightful void realm. Even if he needed a huge amount of dragon chi to level up, a few tens of thousands of elixirs at the insightful void realm would still be able to increase his strength. Profound void-tier medicinal pills were considered relatively precious items in the central continent region. My next target is one of the 2 great medicinal pill holy lands of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, the Heavenly Medicine Valley. As the Life and Death Pill Workshop that had stood tall for 70 to 80,000 years in the entire Transcendence continent, their foundations were extremely terrifying. They were able to open the medicinal pill workshop all over the Transcendence continent. Most importantly, they possessed 2 paradises. One was the Life and Death Medicinal Garden. The other was the Heavenly Medicine Valley. Among them, the Life and Death Medicinal Garden was the main headquarters of the Life and Death Medicinal Garden. At its core, there were longevity experts who guarded it all year round. Once the longevity experts left, the array formation would be activated. It would be very difficult for the longevity experts to enter. And the importance of the Heavenly Medicine Valley was slightly lower than the Life and Death Medicinal Garden. However, it also had the protection of a longevity level array formation. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break in. According to the records of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan regarding the Life and Death Elixir Workshop, the Divine Herb Valley is guarded by half-step longevity level powerhouses all year round. However, during this war, the strength of the guards over there should be reduced by more than half. Most of them rely on the formation to protect them. The defensive formation is useless to me. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Knowing oneself, knowing one's enemy, and winning every battle. He had come here to help the Firelark tribe. What he valued the most was the corpses of the experts and the elixirs from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. The corpses of the experts could be placed in the dragon pool to increase the strength of the dragon palace. The elixirs were self-evident. As long as I can obtain the elixirs and spiritual herbs in the Heaven Herb Valley, even if I get a portion of them, it will be enough for me to increase my strength by 1 level. Once I increase my strength by 1 level, I will be equivalent to the strongest person under the longevity realm. Next, in this war, I will be able to go all out. Wang Xian thought to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he flew rapidly towards the Heaven Herb Valley. It would take a long time for Wang Xian to fly a distance of 50,000 kilometers. Along the way, he passed by some cities. Some of them belonged to the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. However, Wang Xian did not make a move. He was prepared to have a big fight. After walking and stopping, Wang Xian spent a day to arrive at the Heaven Herb Valley of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. It is said that these mountains are the founders of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. With great power, they moved the mountains over and formed a valley. Every mountain peak is filled with powerful formations. If one wishes to barge in under the age of 10,000 years, they can be destroyed immediately. Even if one is at level 1 or level 2 of the Longevity Elixir Workshop, it would be very difficult to enter. Wang Xian looked at the valley surrounded by 40 to 50 mountains of 6 to 7,000 meters in front of him. His eyes were flashing with madness. Opening his dragon eyes of yin and yang and the 5 elements, Wang Xian scanned the surrounding area of 100 kilometers vigilantly. Within the radius of 100 kilometers, every trace was within his sight. Wang Xian concealed his figure. His ability to conceal himself was not any weaker than Ao Yao Yao's. Flying up to a height of 10,000 meters, Wang Xian looked down. I can't even penetrate the formation, as expected of a formation that can withstand a longevity expert. Wang Xian looked down and realized that the dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements were unable to penetrate the formation. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. He hesitated for a moment and slowly descended. Buzz. Without the slightest fluctuation, Wang Xian easily penetrated the formation and floated in the sky above the entire Heaven Herb Valley. What a terrifying spiritual energy! What a terrifying medicinal fragrance! The moment he entered the formation, an extremely dense spiritual energy rushed over directly. At the same time, a powerful spiritual medicinal fragrance rushed over. Just taking a deep breath made one feel refreshed. The spiritual energy and the fragrance of the herbs here are comparable to the Dragon Palace. As expected of a force on the mainland, they really have a deep foundation. Wang Xian floated in the sky in amazement. Cultivating here was comparable to the Dragon Palace. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Of course, it was impossible for the Life and Death Elixir Workshop to let people cultivate here. This was because cultivating here would destroy the spiritual herbs here. The spiritual herbs here, hiss. When Wang Xian looked down, he revealed an extremely shocked expression. The spiritual herbs were divided into 9 domains based on the formation. Each domain contained spiritual herbs and spiritual trees of various attributes. Every domain had a radius of 10 kilometers. The entire Heaven's Herb Valley covered an area of more than 50 kilometers. However, within this 50-kilometer area, there were hundreds of millions of spirit herbs and spirit trees planted. At the very center, a 20-meter-tall spirit tree with luxuriant branches stood there quietly. The entire spirit tree was emitting a fiery red light. The light covered an area of 200 meters, creating a space of its own. On top of it, there were many fruits. One of the fruit trees was so red that it was purple. It was emitting a gentle flame, while the others were somewhat green. A longevity-level spirit tree and a longevity-level spirit fruit. As expected of a force on the mainland, there are even spirit trees of this level. Wang Xian was extremely shocked. He gulped and looked around. Half-step longevity level, ninth level and 8th level spirit herbs and spirit trees were everywhere. However, many of the spirit herbs and spirit trees were not fully ripe yet. Plucking the spirit herbs before they fully matured would cause great losses. As the Heaven's Medicine Valley of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, they would only pluck these spirit herbs and spirit trees when they matured. They had been planting these spirit herbs and spirit trees for tens of thousands of years. This is their foundation. Even if the fire cloud sparrow can completely defeat the Life and Death Pill Workshop in this war, they won't fall in an instant. As long as the Heaven Herb Valley is around, there is still a high chance for them to rise up, not to mention their base camp, the Life and Death Elixir Garden. The foundation of some factions was really terrifying. 3 people who are half-step to longevity, 15 people who are at the 9th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and 30 people who are at the 8th level of the Void Interpretation stage. This is the power of protection. This is also the hidden power of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze downwards. With such a strong power, once he appeared, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. However, the entire valley is divided into 9 places by the formation. Only 3 places are guarded by a half-step to longevity expert. The rest of the places are not guarded. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. If he could obtain all the spiritual herbs in the entire Heaven Herb Valley, he would be able to advance by at least 2 or even 3 levels consecutively. Chapter 1651. 1651. The 1,651 humans and dragons merged into one. In the dark and light herb garden that is covered by the formation, the defense is the weakest. Let's go to these 2 places first. Wang Xian scanned the area below him with his dragon eyes that seemed to be able to see through the void and the netherworld. He tried his best to conceal his figure and slowly flew towards the dark herb garden below. Perhaps it was because no one had infiltrated the celestial herb valley in the past tens of thousands of years. Although there seemed to be many powerhouses in the entire valley, no one had discovered him. Wang Xian came to the sky above the dark herb garden. He moved his body and entered directly. The moment he entered, Wang Xian saw 5 figures inside. 5 old men dressed in Life and Death Elixir Workshop uniforms were refining elixirs. They did not notice Wang Xian who had entered. Buzz. He waved his arm and a wave of destructive energy engulfed the 5 of them. The 5 powerhouses at the 8th level of the see-through void tier were instantly killed. Even if it's the smallest dark herb garden, there are at least 1 million spiritual herbs in there. Wang Xian looked at the herb garden with a burning look in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he threw all the elixirs into the storage spiritual bag. He didn't spare even the low-level spiritual herbs. 5 minutes later, Wang Xian passed through the formation and entered the herb garden of light. There were more experts in the protection of light than in the herb garden of darkness. However, there were also some experts at level 8 of the see-through realm. Wang Xian waved his arm and continued to wipe them out. Then, he began to plunder the herb garden in a frenzy. There are experts at level 9 of the see-through realm guarding the herb garden of wind attribute. However, with Ao Yao and myself around, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Following the same method, Wang Xian released Ao Yao, and the 2 of them sneaked into the herb garden of wind attribute. Now that Wang Xian possessed an assassination technique that was no weaker than Ao Yao, he easily worked together with Ao Yao to eliminate the 2 9th-level Profound Void Martial Stage cultivators in the Wind Attribute Herb Garden. Just like that, there was no commotion at all. Wang Xian brought Ao Yao into the 6 herb gardens of light, dark, wind, thunder, water, and earth. There are half-step longevity experts in the remaining 3 herb gardens. It's impossible for me to assassinate them. Standing in the Earth Attribute Herb Garden, Wang Xian looked at the other 3 areas. The other 3 areas were the largest areas in the entire herb garden. The level and quantity of the spiritual herbs there were much higher than the spiritual herbs he obtained. There's no rush. After I absorb the spiritual herbs in my hands, I will have invincible strength below longevity. When the time comes, I can completely crush these 3 half-step longevity masters with my powerful strength. Wang Xian thought to himself. His heart was burning with passion. If he could obtain the resources of the entire herb garden, wouldn't he be able to fight against longevity? I will be discovered if I make a breakthrough here. I still have to go out and make a breakthrough. Wang Xian thought to himself. His eyes were burning as he looked at the longevity-level spiritual tree in the center. After hesitating for a moment, he resisted the temptation and flew out. A longevity-level spirit tree could be called a demigod tree. This type of spirit tree had its own domain and possessed spirituality. Even the divine tree above the longevity level possessed extremely terrifying combat strength. It was comparable to the godly state and was extremely heaven-defying. If he wanted to pick fruits from this type of spirit tree, it would definitely cause a commotion. Bear with it for a while. The situation in the other 6 herb gardens will not be discovered. Wang Xian moved his body and flew out of the Heaven Herb Valley without causing any ripples. After flying out of the valley, he arrived 40 kilometers away in 2 flashes. He took out the spiritual herbs from his storage spiritual bag. There were tens of millions of spiritual herbs. Among them, there were hundreds of thousands of spiritual herbs at the void interpretation level. However, there were only about 100,000 spiritual herbs that were fully matured. The rest of the spiritual herbs were not mature yet. However, this was enough. Wang Xian threw the spiritual herbs into his mouth one by one and quickly swallowed them. The dragon energy in his body was increasing at a terrifying speed. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of the 5 elements, the great grinding of the 5 elements has further strengthened your body and strengthened your dragon tail. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the aspect, divine dragon tail swing. Ding! 5 elements grinding strengthen dragon claw, dragon head, dragon body, dragon tail, strengthen the whole body, complete man-dragon unity. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang dragon of 5 elements, man and dragon in 1. Level, Hollow 5, dragon transformation, 3rd transformation, dragon glass, 31,233, 11,276, 4,000,10,000,000 billion. Avatar, rules the water tribe below its level. Devourer of life to extract dragon glass. Control the 5 elements. Kung Fu, dragon transformation, supernatural power, soul, spirit, yin and yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Facsimile, 5 elements big mill, palm dragon country, dragon head world, 10,000-ly dragon body, yin and yang poles, yin and yang 5 elements bowl, dragon tail. Dragon Palace, level 3. Members of Dragon Palace, 20003. Ka. A powerful force washed over Wang Xian's body. His entire dragon body doubled in size, reaching a height of 300 meters. 5 colored rays of light circulated around his body. The power of light and darkness enveloped the surrounding space. A powerful and invincible aura was emitted from his body. Phew, I've made a breakthrough. After this breakthrough, I'm 1 step closer to the peak of the supernatural continent. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes. A powerful pressure spread out in the surroundings. He moved his body and transformed into his human form to feel his body. A smile appeared on his face. The breakthrough this time was no surprise. His dragon tail had become stronger. What surprised him was that he had become one with the dragon. On his attribute panel, he could transform into a human and become one with the dragon. This meant that even if Wang Xian didn't transform into a divine dragon, he would have the combat strength of a half-step to the peak of longevity. There was no difference between the human form and the divine dragon form. When he raised his arm, he could immediately transform into a dragon claw that was a few kilometers in size. When he opened his mouth, he could transform into a dragon head that was a few kilometers in size. This was the human-dragon unity. Every upgrade is a qualitative change. Next, it will be the entire Heaven Herb Valley. Wang Xian immediately turned his head and looked into the Heaven Herb Valley. His face was filled with excitement. Boom! Just as Wang Xian was about to enter the Heaven Herb Valley again, raging fire suddenly rose in the valley ahead. The fire directly shot tens of thousands of meters into the sky. The entire Heaven Herb Valley was like a terrifying furnace. What's going on? Is the formation activated? Wang Xian's expression changed slightly as he looked at the terrifying flames. The blazing flames dyed the entire sky red. The air was burning, and a wave of heat surged over. They discovered the disappearance of the spiritual herbs in the 6 herb gardens. They activated the formation immediately. Wang Xian's pupils constricted slightly. This kind of attack and defense formation was one. Once it was activated, it would be surrounded by a forbidden area. Under such circumstances, even if he could ignore the formation, he wouldn't be able to enter it. The heavens are really unfair. I can't believe I was discovered so quickly. If I can still enter. Wang Xian was a little unwilling. If he could enter, his strength would be able to increase by 1 level. At that time, his combat strength that was comparable to the longevity realm would be able to fight head-on with Feng Yun and the other 2 forces. Chapter 1652. 1652, 9 God Demon God. What? All the spiritual herbs in the 6 attribute herb gardens in the Heaven Herb Valley have disappeared. Who did this? Who is targeting our life and death pill workshop? The pills in Heaven City were stolen. Now, 1/4 of the pills in the Heaven Herb Valley have been stolen. How can they not know who the opponent is? How is this possible? Our Heaven Herb Valley is protected by a longevity level array formation. 3 half-step longevity level Grand Elders are guarding it. How can 1/4 of it be stolen? In a huge grassland, the valley and the plateau were fluctuating. Many powerful demon beasts were running on it. In a flower garden beside a huge river, when the senior executives of the Life and Death Pill Workshop received the news from the Heavens Medicine Valley, their faces revealed extremely ugly expressions. In Fengtian City, their Life and Death Pill Workshop had suffered heavy losses. However, they didn't expect that something had actually happened in the Heavens Medicine Valley. The loss of the Heaven Medicine Valley made them feel anger and fear. The Heaven Medicine Valley was where their foundation lay. If they lost 1 point, it would be the loss of their own foundation. However, from the beginning to the end, they did not know who their opponent was. Now, the Medicine Master has personally gone to the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Workshop. Those who can barge into our Heaven Medicine Mountain are at least half-step longevity experts. An old man said with a somewhat grave expression. It must be the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. It must be them. An old man dressed in white clothes growled with an ice-cold expression. Even if it wasn't them who did it, it has a great relationship with them. Now that they've invited the Sacred Fire Clan to come and help them, it's very likely that they've also invited other experts that we don't know of. In the center, a thin and weak old man holding a resplendent bamboo said faintly. The Sacred Fire Clan clearly doesn't want to go all out, but their deterrent force is still there. Some of the Phoenix Dynasty's mercenary groups and some experts have withdrawn a lot. An old woman frowned slightly. Hee, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is indeed powerful. They were once the Empress's personal guard group, but our Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop aren't doing it for nothing. If they can invite people, we can too. The Water Tribe leader of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, who was holding the bamboo, said faintly. Oh, tribe leader, we have helpers too? The old woman was slightly taken aback as she hurriedly asked. It's not like we are asking others to risk their lives for us. Naturally, there will be people who are willing to take action, especially those who are battle-hungry. The Water Tribe leader, who was holding the bamboo, smiled. Those who are battle-hungry, are they from the 9 God Empire's Demon God tribe? The old woman was slightly stunned and quickly asked. The demon god of the 9 gods. The chief of the Water Tribe with the green bamboo in his hand revealed a hint of coldness in his eyes. He's gone. He's gone. At this moment, at a location 50 kilometers away from the Heaven Herb Valley. He had been squatting here for 2 days. The moment he saw the space tremble slightly, he hurriedly fled into the distance. A Wanshou master had arrived. What a pity! Tu Wang Xian, who appeared 100 kilometers away in a flash, sighed. He wanted to wait for the attack of the formation to stop. Now that a Wanshou master had appeared, it would be troublesome if he wanted to enter the formation. When my strength reaches Wanshou, I must destroy the Life and Death Elixir workshop and make a trip to the Life and Death Elixir garden. Wang Xian thought to himself as he flew in the direction of the Fire Lark clan. He was already very satisfied with his gains this time around. If his strength increased by 1 level, he would be invincible under 10,000 years old. Next, he would bring the strange demon clan to massacre everyone. It was time to enter the battlefield between the Fire Lark clan and the two major forces. Wang Xian flew at high speed and headed straight for the battlefield. The increase in his strength had increased his speed by about 5 times. Previously, his speed was 2,000 meters per second. Now, it was 10,000 meters per second. The range of teleportation had also increased to 50 kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Wang Xian was flying, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the left. A fiery red figure was approaching at a terrifying speed. A ferocious beast? Wang Xian looked over and revealed a curious expression. Kiki, catch the flaming soul in it. I didn't expect our luck to be so good to meet a flaming soul. Then, at this moment, sounds of excitement could be heard from behind the flaming soul. 5 figures were flying over at a terrifying speed. Their target was the flaming soul. Wang Xian's gaze swept across them and finally landed on the fiery soul they were talking about. What pure fiery energy! This is similar to the soul of darkness. Looking at the fiery soul, Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. The soul of darkness was formed from strong dark energy. This fiery soul was formed from fiery energy. Wang Xian could make the 5 elements grind to absorb this energy. Roar! When the soul of fire saw Wang Xian, who was right in front of him, his eyes revealed a look of panic and anger. He spat out flames from his mouth and attacked from a distance of 10,000 meters away. There's someone in front. Kiki, there's an unlucky fellow. He can help us defend for 1 second. Strange cries came from behind. 5 figures were approaching quickly. My luck is really good. Wang Xian looked at the flaming soul of the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. A yin-yang tai chi pattern appeared around his body. When the flames landed on it, they were easily blocked. Wang Xian waved his arm and transformed it into a dragon claw. He clawed at the flaming soul. Confine. He let out a soft cry. The gray energy trapped the flaming soul directly. The dragon claw, which was more than 10 meters in size, grabbed the flaming soul directly. Roar! Roar! The flaming soul looked at Wang Xian with a look of horror in its eyes. What? How is this possible? Exclamations came out from the mouths of the 5 elders. They widened their eyes and revealed a hint of shock and fear on their faces. He was able to grab the flaming soul of the 9th level of the see-through realm in 1 move. Such strength! What a pure flame! A fire phoenix dragon seed of the 1st level of the see-through realm can absorb it and reach the 8th level of the see-through realm in 1 leap. Wang Xian ignored the 5 elders. He looked at the flame soul in his hand and revealed a look of surprise. This, senior, we are from the demon god tribe of the 9 god empire. The flame soul in your hand is our prey. The 5 elders saw that Wang Xian ignored them. They looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and said indignantly, "This flaming soul was a priceless treasure. I caught it now." Wang Xian grabbed the flaming soul and glanced at it indifferently. "We are the demon god tribe. Please give us some face, senior." The 5 old men's faces changed. With a dark expression, they took out their names again. One of the 9 gods, the demon god. You talk too much nonsense. Wang Xian waved his arm and 5 grayish hand seals attacked them directly. What? You dare to attack us? The 5 of them had a drastic change in expression. Bang! However, before he could resist, the palm landed on their bodies. The powerful force caused them to fly backward at an even faster speed. Fresh blood flew out from their mouths. Chapter 1653. 1653, meeting the little princess again. Noisy. Wang Xian looked at the 5 ninth-level profound void martial artists who were flying at a speed of at least 5 to 6,000 meters per second and said indifferently. He looked at the flaming soul in his hand and revealed a smile. His body moved, and he continued flying towards the direction of the battlefield. He did not have the slightest fear towards the experts from the Nine Gods Empire. However, he didn't kill them on the spot. After all, it wouldn't be good if he offended a longevity-level expert. Wang Xian had some understanding of the Nine God Empire. The Nine God Empire was formed by 9 tribes. Legend had it that it was an empire formed by 9 gods. In the current Nine God Empire, every tribe had a longevity-level expert. In other words, there were at least a few longevity-level experts in the Nine God Empire. The demon god of the 9 gods was the demon god tribe of the Nine God Empire. This tribe was extremely belligerent and was ranked in the middle of the Nine God Empire. Wang Xian's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. However, at this moment, the 5 elders of the demon god of the 9 gods tribe, who were at level 9 of the see-through realm, spat out fresh blood as they flew backward. Each of their faces were filled with shock. The elders of our tribe are back. Hiss, our elders are so fast. The fire soul must have been obtained by the elders. The fire soul of the 9th level of the void interpretation is simply a treasure for fire attribute experts. In the sky 50 kilometers behind them, more than 1,000 youths and middle-aged men were flying rapidly. When they saw the figures of the 5 elders, shock and excitement appeared on their faces. Just now, when they were flying in the sky, they unexpectedly found a fire soul. This was simply an opportunity that had fallen from the sky. The 5 elders immediately gave chase. Now that they saw the elders returning, they would definitely return triumphantly. That's not right. That is? Just as the 5 figures approached, everyone could not help but be slightly stunned. That's not right. Why were the 5 elders flying backwards? Flying backwards? What kind of divine ability was this? The 5 elders are injured. Quickly catch them. Quick, quick. When the few profound void tier 8 experts standing in front saw the 5 elders spitting out blood and flying backwards, their faces were filled with shock, and they hurriedly shouted, "Catch, catch!" Instantly, over a dozen profound void tier 8 experts immediately went up to the elders and caught their bodies. Hoo-hoo! The 5 elders of the demon god tribe steadied their bodies and panted heavily. Their faces were extremely pale. What terrifying strength! With a casual wave of his hand, he actually sent us flying 50 kilometers. If that expert were serious, he would be able to instantly kill us in one move. The 5 elders looked at each other with palpitations on their faces as they said with extremely embarrassed expressions, "What, elder? An expert attacked you?" The surrounding demon god tribe members surrounded them with faces full of shock. He looks very young. He must have consumed some kind of medicinal pill. However, his strength is really terrifying. He has the strength of a half-step Wancho. I didn't expect that his luck would be so bad this time. He actually met an expert of half-step Wancho. Damn it. If our tribe's half-step Wancho expert came, how could the Flame Soul benefit that guy? The 5 elders revealed unwilling expressions. However, they were completely convinced by the strength of that seemingly young man. Fortunately, the other party was afraid of their background. Otherwise, let's go. We are recuperating at the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The elders of the demonic god tribe took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, "Let's go." The group of people didn't dare to ask further when they saw the silence of the elders. They quickly flew towards Fengtian City. Hee, it seems that Fengtian City has been completely sealed off. I wonder if I can fight against the 5 half-step longevity experts with my own strength. A few hours later, Fengtian City appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. He looked at Fengtian City, which was completely sealed off, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. When he returned again, this city could no longer give him too much pressure. Of course, it was impossible for him to charge into the city directly. After witnessing the foundation of the life and death pill workshop, Wang Xian reckoned that he wouldn't be able to get out if he charged in. With the strength of the Fire Lark tribe, they can't withstand the desperate attack of the two forces. I can't infuriate them completely either. Since that's the case, I might as well make a move on those people who are courting death. Kill them and accumulate resources at the same time. Only when I can fight against longevity will I have the right to be arrogant. Wang Xian thought to himself. With a move of his body, he flew towards the center of the fire cloud forest. Floating in the sky, the dragon eyes of the yin-yang and five elements scanned the area below. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, everyone appeared in his sight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The storage spirit bag vibrated and numerous shadows appeared in the sky. Why are there so few people? Within a radius of 100 kilometers, there are only over 2,000 people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. There are only over 100 Void Interpretation experts, and 2 of them are at the 9th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Let's do it. Wang Xian transmitted all the enemies within a radius of 100 kilometers into the minds of the strange demons. His figure moved, and he flew towards the north. There were 2 people at level 9 of the Insightful Void stage in the entire battlefield. One of them was in the south while the other was in the north. The other direction was left to Ao Yao to deal with. He would deal with the one in the north. A person at level 9 of the Insightful Void stage would be considered a top-notch upper echelon in front of a faction like the Fire Lark. It would be heartbreaking if one of these factions were to die. Within 5 seconds, he was rapidly approaching the level 9 Insightful Void martial artist. Oh no, there's a half-step longevity expert approaching. However, when Wang Xian approached the level 9 Insightful Void martial artist, his expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he immediately fled in the direction of Fengtian City. A half-step longevity expert from the Fire Cloud Sparrow has appeared. The moment he turned around and fled, he shouted at the same time. His voice instantly covered an area of over 1,000 kilometers. You can actually sense my arrival? Wang Xian was slightly shocked. Looking at the level 9 see-through void martial artist who was 50 kilometers away, his figure flashed. Damn it, the Fire Lark clan actually sent out a half-step Wanshou martial artist at this time. The escaping level 9 see-through void martial artist had a gloomy expression. Today, he was frustrated and prepared to go out and hunt some enemies. However, he did not expect to encounter a half-step Wanshou. Fortunately, he had a sensing formation on him and had managed to escape in time. The distance of 50 kilometers was enough for him to avoid the pursuit of Wanshou. Pong! However, just as he was deep in thought, a palm landed on his body, causing his body to freeze. He widened his eyes, his expression filled with shock. However, in the next second, his corpse was kept into his interspatial ring. Is it a sensing formation? Wang Xian was holding a formation compass in his hand as he sized it up curiously. There are experts from our Fire Lark tribe nearby. I wonder which tribe elder it is. This is a little boring. Sister Hua Luoer, the moment your tribe elder appears, some of the weaker ones will dodge in advance. How are we going to kill the enemy? Chapter 1654. 1654 met the little princess again. Just as Wang Xian was studying the induction compass in his hand, a voice came from the back. There's someone there. Clang, clang, clang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more than 20 figures surrounded him quickly. A murderous aura was condensed. There's no sign of the Fire Lark clan. They're enemies. Haha, I didn't expect to meet a stray fish. Cold murderous aura and arrogant expression charged at Wang Xian. Waves of aura locked onto him completely. Each of them was an expert at the see-through level. The weakest was at level 1 of the see-through level, while the strongest was at level 5 of the see-through level. They were all young men. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. He turned around and looked at everyone around him. They were dressed in white, and there was a fiery red flame on their chests. Each of them had an arrogant look on their faces. Among them, there were 5 to 6 young men and women dressed in fiery red clothes. In the middle of the room stood 2 to 3 young men dressed in white and a young girl dressed in fiery red clothes. Seeing that they were surrounding him, Wang Xian smiled faintly. "I'm not the enemy," Wang Xian said faintly. "If a cunning person wants to live, he won't say that he's our enemy because he wants to live." A young man in the center stared at Wang Xian with an indifferent expression. "Do it," he ordered faintly. "Haha, I'll take his head." A young man moved and slashed at Wang Xian. Wait. Suddenly, the young girl standing in the middle widened her eyes and shouted loudly while staring at Wang Xian in astonishment. "Big brother Wang Xian, it's you? Big brother Wang Xian." Just as Wang Xian was about to leave, a soft voice was heard. "Big brother? Only a child or a little Lolita would call him that, right? Why would someone call him that?" He paused and looked at the young girl with a whip as he sized her up. It felt familiar. "Be careful." At this moment, the young girl shouted out loud again. Beside Wang Xian, the young man at the first level of the see-through realm was thrusting his flaming longsword at him. Wang Xian took a glance at him, and an illusory Taiji diagram appeared around him. When the young man's attack landed on it, it was as though he had stabbed an indestructible rock. "You are a little lowly?" At this moment, Wang Xian recalled the face of the Fire Lark Queen. He looked at the young girl and shouted. The princess of the Fire Lark clan had this little lowly when she first met Feng Wan. At that time, the little lowly had yet to reach adulthood. Now, nearly 4 years had passed, and the little lowly had actually grown into a young girl. It was really true. A girl would change 18 times as she grew up. "It's really you, big brother Wang Xian." When Hualuo saw that Wang Xian recognized her, her face was filled with smiles. She immediately walked over to him. The young man who was attacking Wang Xian at the side was embarrassed. His attack was completely blocked, and the flaming longsword landed on it without leaving a single trace. When he saw that the young man knew the little princess of the Fire Lark clan, he withdrew the flaming longsword in embarrassment. "Hualuo, you know him?" The young man standing beside Hualuo raised his eyebrows slightly and walked over immediately. His gaze was fixed on Wang Xian. "I know him," Hualuo replied casually and walked to Wang Xian's side with a smile on her face. "Brother Wang Xian, when did you come to our Fire Lark clan?" Hualuo asked with a face full of surprise and joy. "I've been here for a few days. I didn't expect the little lowly at that time to have grown so big now." Wang Xian patted her head and said with a smile, "I've grown up, yet you still pat my head." Hualuo glared at him and said coquettishly. When Hualuo saw Wang Xian, she indeed felt very friendly because she was with the Empress. A few years ago, she was still very dependent on the Empress. That's right. She has grown up and is now on the battlefield. Wang Xian sighed slightly. The innocent little lowly who was not even aware that she was being used by others back then was now on the battlefield. That's right. I have killed quite a few enemies. Hualuo nodded her head heavily. Hualuo, who is he? At this moment, the young man beside her asked with an unpleasant expression. "Oh, this is a good friend of one of my elder sisters." Hualuo was slightly taken aback before she replied. She knew that she could not tell anyone about the Empress. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing Hualuo's words, the young man beside her smiled. "I am Lai Hanshan from the Sacred Fire Tribe." Lai Hanshan looked at Wang Xian indifferently and said proudly. In his opinion, Hualuo didn't have a biological sister, so she could only be a sister in the clan. The friends of those people should be the disciples of the subsidiary forces of the Fire Lark clan. He didn't need to take a disciple of a subsidiary force to heart. "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. "Okay." However, Lai Hanshan frowned slightly when he saw Wang Xian's attitude. A hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Brother Wang Xian, are you alone? Then, come with us. We will go and kill the enemies together. At this moment, Hua Luo'er said to Wang Xian, come with us. We are the most elite disciples of the Sacred Flame Clan, especially our young master Lai Hanshan. He is a dragon among men and has the strength of a 5th-level void interpretation. When the time comes, we can bring you to kill more enemies and obtain some rewards. A young man from the Sacred Flame Clan looked at Lai Hanshan and said proudly, follow our words and follow our orders. We can bring you along. When Lai Hanshan heard the disciples' words, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said condescendingly, hee, a dragon among men? There's no need. Little lowly, I will act on my own. I will not follow you. Wang Xian glanced at them and landed on Hua Luo'er. How can we do that? It's so dangerous here. That voice just now was an enemy at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. Follow us. We have a detection array, so we can know the opponent's strength in advance. Hua Luo'er looked at him and said immediately. Lai Hanshan's face turned cold when he heard his words. Hua Luo'er, since he doesn't appreciate your kindness, let him act on his own. In this battlefield, he might not even know how he died. A young man from the Sacred Flame Clan glanced at Wang Xian and said, you guys can come together. I'm going to act now. Be careful. Hua Luo'er wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wang Xian. He patted her head. Brother Wang Xian, give me the contact details of the communication stone plate. I'll contact you when I get back. Hua Luo'er said immediately. All right. Wang Xian nodded and gave her the contact details. He waved his hand at her and left. Hua Luo'er, is he very strong? Lai Hanshan saw Wang Xian leaving. He squinted his eyes and asked Hua Luo'er. He should be very strong. Hua Luo'er said with uncertainty. A peerless heaven's favorite? A dragon among men? At such a young age, how can he be as strong as our young master Lai Hanshan? A young man asked Hua Luo'er. Hua Luo'er shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. However, in the eyes of the rest, it was a different answer. It was better. Hee. Lai Hanshan smiled coldly. Let's continue. I heard that we have a hunting ranking here. I want to climb up this ranking. He said to the surrounding people with a proud face, his face full of confidence. As the son of a founding general family of an empire, he had the right to be proud. Even if he ran into the core disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Chapter 1655. 1655 in the 1655 Arena Battle of Life and Death. Is it all settled? After Wang Xian left Hua Luo'er's place, he came to the center. Soon, many strange demons appeared around him. Reporting to Dragon King, all of them have been eliminated. Ao Yao said respectfully. Next, stop the assassination of the disciples of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Focus on killing those mercenaries and those who received the mission. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before giving an order to Ao Yao and the rest. When he made his move just now, the other party was able to discover him in advance and gave Wang Xian a warning. If he were to kill the disciples of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop in a frenzy now, it would definitely attract the attention of the two major forces. When that happened, there would be two scenarios. One would be for the other party to send experts over to investigate. The second was to forbid the disciples from entering the battlefield. This wasn't a good thing for him. Therefore, he planned to use a gentle method to boil frogs in warm water. First, he would kill those mercenary groups and the people who accepted the mission. These unspecialized people, even after they died, wouldn't attract the attention of the two major forces. Even if they eventually found out that these unspecialized people were killed, it would still have a deterrent effect. Those who still wanted to join the battlefield for pills, spirit stones, and weapons would have to consider their own lives. It's the Dragon King. The group of strange monsters nodded immediately. Wang Xian waved his arm and allowed them to move freely on the battlefield. He hid in the surroundings and scanned the surroundings with his yin-yang and five elements dragon eyes. Once he encountered some powerful mercenary groups, he would take action immediately. The battlefield, with a radius of several thousand kilometers, was already very large. The entire battlefield was filled with silence and bloodshed. It was extremely quiet. Assassinations and sneak attacks were constantly being carried out here. However, the participation of the strange demon clan completely changed the entire situation. Haha, there are finally a few fish that have taken the bait. The harvest this time is not bad. I want to change to a third-level void interpretation weapon. Haha. In a corner of the fire cloud forest, a group of over 10 people looked at the corpses on the ground with grim expressions. Their faces were filled with excitement. The path of cultivation did not lack people who dared to risk their lives. And if one wanted to become stronger and stronger, there was only one way, and that was to fight. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had attracted millions of people from the central continent with generous rewards. Many of them were experts. The Profound Void tier was not uncommon. For the sake of those incomparably generous pills and weapons, as long as they killed a few Profound Void tier experts, it was equivalent to them killing dozens of Profound Void tier fierce beasts and demonic beasts. Cut off their heads. A burly middle-aged man ordered his subordinates with a smile on his face. Yes, leader. Everyone immediately walked over and prepared to cut off the heads of these people. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Suddenly, a piercing sound was heard. There were no corpses on the ground, but these people had already disappeared. In the air, a drop of fresh blood dripped slowly. The assassination was ongoing. 500 strange demons could assassinate a powerhouse at level 6 of the Void Interpretation Realm. Such strength was extremely terrifying in the battlefield. Come back? 10 hours later, Wang Xian recalled all the strange demons. How is it? Wang Xian looked at the 500 strange demons with a smile on his face. Ao Yao swept his gaze across all his clansmen and counted the number. Dragon King, you have killed more than 20,000 people. Among them, there are more than 700 above the see-through realm. A few minutes later, Ao Yao reported directly after he finished counting. That's right. Let's go back. We will come back a day later. Wang Xian said directly. It's the Dragon King. After waiting for more people to appear on the battlefield, they would continue to kill. This was like a storage pond. When there was too much water in the pond, the water would be pumped again. His figure moved, and he flew directly to the location of the Fire Cloud Mountain. After entering the city with the token, Wang Xian returned to his residence. Young Master Wang, sorry to disturb you. Just as Wang Xian entered the room, a voice was suddenly heard. Senior Feng Yun, please come in. Wang Xian sensed the figure outside the door. A smile appeared on his face as he said immediately. Young Master Wang, were the elixirs from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop in Fengtian City taken away by you? Feng Yun entered the room and asked directly. That's right. Wang Xian nodded without hiding anything. Young Master Wang is really skilled. Feng Yun sighed slightly. When the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan learned about what happened in Fengtian City, they were also shocked. They couldn't rob the Life and Death Elixir Workshop in Fengtian City unless Feng Yun personally took action. Thinking of how Wang Xian had just arrived and something had happened in Fengtian City, the higher-ups of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were somewhat suspicious. Feng Yun could not help but come over to confirm it directly. All right, Senior Feng Yun, I have some weapons in my hands. Can you change the weapons into elixirs? Wang Xian thought of the weapons in his interspatial ring and asked. All the weapons in his hands were obtained by assassinating those people. There were more than 20,000 people, and there were more than 500 void interpretation weapons. There were more than 20,000 weapons that were above Transcendent Level 7. If these were converted into elixirs, it would be a substantial income. Furthermore, he had obtained a substantial amount of elixirs from these people's interspatial rings. All right, leave this to our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Feng Yun nodded. As one of the top clans under the Empire, they had their own channels. Some of the weapons were very easy to handle. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and threw over a dozen interspatial rings to her. Looking at the weapons in the interspatial rings, Feng Yuan was slightly surprised, especially the more than a dozen weapons of the 9th level of the see-through realm, which surprised her. However, she didn't ask any more questions and took her leave immediately. A golden belt for killing and arson. With this speed, I might be able to level up in a few months. Wang Xian watched Feng Yuan leave and thought to himself, Brother Wang Xian, Brother Wang Xian. Before Wang Xian could rest, Hua Luower's voice came from outside half an hour later. Come in. Wang Xian smiled and waved his arm to open the door. Brother Wang Xian, I heard from my clansmen that you are here, so I came over to take a look. Hua Luower walked in and said with a smile. What's the matter? Wang Xian asked with a smile. I'm asking about the Empress. Hua Luower came over and asked with a smile. Your Empress is doing very well now. In a year or two at most, the two of you will be able to meet again. Wang Xian said to her. Is that so? When Sister Empress returns, she will definitely be able to shake the world and destroy the trash like the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Hua Luower clenched her fists and continued, Brother Wang Xian, it would be great if you came earlier. I can bring you to some fun places in the Fire Lark. Now, we only have 2 cities. However, there are some fun places in the Volcano City. Let me bring you there. Hua Luower said to him. Chapter 1656. 1656 in the 1656 Arena Battle of Life and Death. This is the lava lake in Volcano City. The lava is very mild. The center is the podium. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? In Volcano City, Wang Xian was strolling around the city with Hua Luower. The little loli brought him to the scenic spots in Volcano City and bought him some special food. It was obvious that the host was entertaining the guests. Wang Xian followed the little loli around with great interest. Princess, a group of heaven's favorites from the Sacred Flame clan sent me to look for you. They said that they have something important to discuss with you. Just as Wang Xian and Hua Luower were strolling around the city for more than 2 hours, a young man suddenly walked over and said to Hua Luower, What's the matter? Hua Luower frowned slightly and asked the young man, Princess, it should have happened yesterday. The young man also frowned slightly and replied, Don't tell me they really want to set up an arena in the Fire Cloud Forest? Hua Luower's expression was a little ugly and angry. Set up an arena? What's going on? Wang Xian heard their words and asked curiously, Big brother Wang Xian, yesterday, we met a group of Heaven's Pride disciples from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Saint Item Forging Workshop on the battlefield. At that time, the strength of both parties were about the same. The Sacred Fire clan was unwilling to make a move at that time. Apparently, the other party was also a little afraid of the Sacred Fire clan and didn't make a move. After that, they said a few words about putting up an arena for the Life and Death battle. I didn't expect them to really put up an arena on the battlefield. I can see that they are not here to help us with their full strength. They are here to test themselves and gain fame. Hua Luower said with a displeased expression. Setting up a Life and Death arena? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard Hua Luower's displeasure. He shook his head in amusement. A Life and Death arena was set up for a fight between 2 superpowers. It was child's play. However, if it was a Life and Death battle, it was acceptable. Brother Wang Xian, let's go and take a look. Hua Luower said as she held Wang Xian's arm and gestured to the young man. The two of them came to a luxurious manor. When they entered, they saw about 1,000 young men from the Sacred Flame clan gathered together and conversing. Princess Hua Luower, you're here. Seeing Hua Luower's arrival, Lai Hanshan and the other youths immediately walked over with smiles on their faces. Lai Hanshan, why did you call me here? Hua Luower asked them with a smile. Regarding the battle, we've already made an agreement with the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Sacred Item Forging Workshops Jiangshinkong, Life and Death Pill Workshops Shualian Yi, Shualian Hun, and the others to have a life and death battle in the arena. Those under the age of 100 can enter the arena and fight to the death. How about it? Call on the elites of your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, and we will kill their prestige together. Lai Hanshan said to Huoluoer with a smile on his face. That's not too good. Huoluoer frowned slightly and said, How is it not too good? In the arena, a life and death battle can show their true strength. Lai Hanshan said confidently, That's right. If we annihilate Breeze, it will also be a big blow to their morale. Some of the Sacred Fire Clan's youths in the surroundings echoed. When their Sacred Fire Clan came here, everyone was very clear that they would leave after half a year. However, they still had to participate in the war. Now that the arena was being held, not only would they be able to perfunctorily deal with the war, they would also be able to make a name for themselves after killing the enemy. It was killing two birds with one stone. We have already told the elders of your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan about this matter. They have agreed to this matter. For this arena battle, our Holy Fire clan will set up the formation at the side. Huoluoer, you can call on the heavens favorites of your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Killing the enemy on the arena is also killing the enemy. At this moment, an old man walked over. His gaze paused on Wang Xian for a moment before he spoke. He had a deep impression of Wang Xian. When they first entered the territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe directly ignored them. Instead, they received a young man. Later on, based on their guesses, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe deliberately humiliated them. This was their dissatisfaction. This made them slightly angry. However, they didn't say anything. This matter was their Sacred Fire clan's fault. However, they had already decided that they could leave directly after passing through the half a year's time that the Patriarch had mentioned. This time, they would treat the arena as training for their Sacred Fire clan's disciples. All right, then I'll inform our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's heavens chosen experts when the arena battle will begin. Huoluoer could only nod her head and ask, Tomorrow, we've already agreed on a time. Tomorrow's battle. Lai Hanshan looked at Huoluoer. Tomorrow, I'll let Sister Huoluoer see my true strength. We also want to see the strength of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Saint Item Forging Workshop's Heaven's Pride expert. Around them, some of the Sacred Fire clan's youth said proudly. As the family of the founding general of an empire, they would definitely enter the army. If they could become famous on this battlefield, it would be an honor for them. Yes, I believe that Lai Hanshan will be able to massacre everyone. Huoluoer nodded at him and left with Wang Xian. Princess, do you want me to inform all the heavens favorites in our younger generation? After walking out of the manor, the young man who followed them said to Huoluoer, Tell Brother Su Xingsan and Brother Hua Mingtu about this matter. They will organize it. Huoluoer instructed the young man. Yes, Princess. I will inform the two young masters immediately. The young man nodded and walked in another direction immediately. Sister Huoluoer, are you going to participate in the arena battle tomorrow? Wang Xian looked at Huoluoer, who had matured a little earlier, and asked. Compared to the naive and ignorant Huoluoer from 3 years ago, she had changed too much. Perhaps it was because of this battle that she matured a lot earlier. Of course, I have to go and kill the enemy as well. I'm a powerhouse at the second level of the Void Interpretation stage now. Very few people of the same level are my match. Huoluoer said with determination in her eyes, My 2 brothers were killed in this war. I want to avenge them. Wang Xian looked at her determined expression. When he heard her words, his heart was slightly moved. He didn't expect that the 2 sons of the Fire Lark Queen had actually died in this war. Little sister Huoluoer, come, follow me. Wang Xian patted her head and brought her to his residence. Brother Wang Xian, why are you bringing me there? Huoluoer looked at him and asked curiously. To help you improve your strength. You are still too weak at the second level of the Void Interpretation stage. Wang Xian said faintly. Chapter 1657. 1657 In the 1657 Arena Battle of Life and Death. You want to increase my strength? Huoluoer followed Wang Xian to his residence with a face full of curiosity. She looked at him in puzzlement. Brother Wang Xian, my strength has just increased not long ago. Mother said that I want to increase my strength. Unless I strengthen my cultivation base, forcefully using resources to increase my strength will harm my bloodline. She continued to speak to Wang Xian. I know. Sit on the ground. Wang Xian nodded. He opened his mouth slightly, and the 5 elements millstone flew out. On the 5 elements millstone, there was a ball of extremely terrifying flames. Fire soul. This ball of fire soul was being absorbed by the 5 elements millstone. Currently, the fire soul of the 9th level of the see-through realm had been reduced to the 8th level of the see-through realm. But that's enough. What is this? Fire spirit? Fire Lola slightly cross-legged on the ground, slightly wide-eyed, staring at the 5 elements mill above the terrible flame. Close your eyes and feel the fire. Wang Xian's voice rang in her ear. Lord closed her eyes at once. The 5 elements grind. Run. With a wave of Wang Xian's arm, the 5 elements grind into the size of 2 meters, above the 5 dragon operation. The energy of the fire divine dragons was rapidly enhanced. Under the circulation of the 5 elements millstone, the flaming soul turned into wisps of pure flames that slowly flowed towards Hualuo'er. Flame envelopment. Wang Xian shouted softly. A streak of flame fell from the 5 elements millstone and enveloped Hualuo'er. The terrifying flames and the flaming soul quickly entered Hualuo'er's body. Boom! The moment the pure flames landed on Hualuo'er's body, her profound void tier 2 strength immediately broke through. Following that, the flames intensified, and the fire divine dragon on the 5 elements millstone swayed its body, directly entering Hualuo'er's body. The fire divine dragon entered her body, helping her stabilize her foundation and circulate the flames. Boom! In less than 5 minutes, the aura within Hualuo'er's body rose once again. 4th level of the see-through realm. Hualuo'er already possessed the peak bloodline of the Fire Lark clan. She could directly cultivate to the half-step longevity realm. Now, Wang Xian was using the fire soul as energy and the 5 elements great grinding gang to temper his body. There were no hidden dangers at all. Boom! More than 10 minutes later, another powerful aura burst out from her body. 5th level of the see-through realm. The rapidly increasing aura did not stop. If this was placed outside, even in the central continent region, it would still be extremely terrifying if others knew about such a terrifying growth rate. Half an hour later, the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. 1 hour later, the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. 3 hours later, the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. The energy of the flaming soul was depleted. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the 5 elements grinding mill. A smile appeared on his face. Although the strength of the 8th level of the see-through realm was not very safe in the upcoming battle, it was much better than before. I. At this moment, Hualuo'er slowly opened her eyes. Her pure eyes were filled with shock. Brother Wang Xian, my strength has actually reached the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. How is this possible? She stood up slowly and felt the strong strength in her body. She stared at Wang Xian with her eyes wide open in disbelief. From the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage in a total of more than 3 hours. This was simply shocking. Even though the Fire Lark tribe was one of the top races on the continent, they did not dare to imagine such a thing. Get used to your own strength. Call me when you go tomorrow. Wang Xian said directly to Hualuo'er. Brother Wang Xian, I'll get used to it first. Hualuo'er felt a little absent-minded. Looking at Wang Xian who was in front of her, she nodded her head excitedly. She walked out. When she reached the door, she couldn't help but turn her head. Brother Wang Xian, thank you. You're welcome. Wang Xian smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. The current state of the Fire Lark makes me feel a little constrained. He leaned against the chair and raised his eyebrows slightly. There were 2 longevity experts on the other party's side and only one on his side. If the other party were to really go all out, the Fire Lark clan would definitely suffer a huge loss. Let's take it slow and raise my strength to the longevity realm as soon as possible. Wang Xian thought to himself. Brother Wang Xian. The next morning, Hualuower's voice sounded from outside. Wang Xian opened his eyes and opened the door. Have we set off? Everyone has gathered at the entrance. Let's go over. Hualuower looked at Wang Xian with a smile. All right, let's go and take a look. Today, we shall watch our little beauty Hualuower slaughter everyone. Wang Xian smiled and instantly came to her side. Hee, brother. No one knows that you helped me to improve my strength. Today, I want to kill those damned guys. Hualuower held his arm affectionately and said excitedly. Hee, the little loli from back then has grown up. Wang Xian stroked her head. After helping Hualuower improve her strength yesterday, she had become even more affectionate to him today. Hualuower smiled and grabbed Wang Xian's arm as they walked towards the city gate. Who is that young man? Why is our little princess so intimate with him? I don't know. I've never seen that young man before. Is he a disciple of the Song sect or the Fire sect? I hope this fellow has some powerful treasures, our little princess. As they walked on the road, the people in Volcano City were all shocked when they saw their little princess holding onto the arm of a young man so intimately. When Hualuower, Wang Xian, and the rest arrived at the city gate, the young disciples of the Sacred Fire Clan and the Fire Lark Clan looked over. Upon seeing this scene, many people were shocked. Lai Hanshan raised his eyebrows. This made him, who had a good impression of the Fire Lark, a little unhappy. Sister Hualuower. Sister Hualuower. Two young men walked up and looked at Wang Xian. Brother Su Xingcan, Brother Hua Mingtu. Hualuower immediately greeted the two young men with a smile. This is? The two young men looked at Wang Xian and asked Hualuower curiously. This is Brother Wang Xian. He's from another place. Hualuower introduced him. Hello, brother. I'm Su Xingcan. I'm Hua Mingtu. The two of them cupped their hands and greeted Wang Xian. Wang Xian. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the two of them. Both of them were at the 5th level of the see-through realm. They should be the leading figures among the younger generation of the Fire Lark clan. Princess Hualuower is here. Let's go. The voice of the Holy Fire Clan could be heard from the front. Let's go. Everyone nodded and immediately flew towards the center of the battlefield. Brother Wang Xian, Su Xingcan, is the most outstanding disciple of our Fire Lark Song sect. His father died in this war. Hua Mingtu is the most outstanding disciple of our Fire Lark clan. He is a disciple of our Fire sect. A few Heaven's Pride disciples were assassinated by masked assassins. Chapter 1658. 1658 Conspiracy 1658. A group of over 3,000 people flew towards the location of the battlefield. At the back, some people who had received the news followed behind. There were over 20,000 people, and there were also quite a number of experts at the 7th or 8th level of the see-through realm. Hualuower introduced the outstanding disciples of the Fire Lark to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly at the side. The entire Fire Lark clan had suffered heavy losses in this war. Many Heaven's favorites and experts had fallen. The number of deaths at the insightful emptiness realm had reached 1 to 2,000. In the past, there were more than 20 cities attached to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Now, there were only 2 remaining. The number of deaths had reached more than 100 million. This was the terrifying aspect of a war between powerful factions. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. There were only 2 level 9 insightful emptiness realm experts from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who had followed them. This time, there was no need for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to send any experts to follow them in the arena that was agreed upon between the Holy Fire clan and the 2 major factions. It was entirely the Holy Fire clan that was in charge. The 2 major factions were somewhat fearful of the Holy Fire clan. Hence, there was an 80% chance that nothing else would happen in this arena. This was because the 2 major factions did not dare to completely infuriate the Holy Fire clan. They were afraid that they would really join forces. At that time, it wouldn't be of much benefit to the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Therefore, even if it was a life and death battle, it wouldn't erupt into a large-scale battle. Not many experts from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan came. This time's arena battle is a tacit understanding. It's completely a competition between disciples. If we use this opportunity to make a move, isn't it? However, at this moment, in Fengtian City, thousands of kilometers away, an old man from the Holy Item Forging Workshop frowned and said to the people in front of him, "War is always cruel. If the people of the Demon God tribe didn't come, we naturally wouldn't dare to do so. However, now that they have arrived, we will let the Demon God tribe pin down the Sacred Fire tribe. We will use any means to deal with the people of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. The winner is the king." A supreme elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop said coldly, "I agree too. Do the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe really think that we will be afraid of them if we call on the Sacred Fire tribe? They can find people. We have stood for 70,000 to 80,000 years. Naturally, we can find help." A supreme elder of the Holy Item Forging Workshop nodded in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "They have a detection array in their hands, so it's not convenient for us to take action. We can't send too many profound Void Tier 9 experts, so we can only let the masked assassin organization take action." An elder from the Life and Death Pill Workshop said in a deep voice, "Sure, but we have to inform the people of the Demon God tribe in advance." The supreme elder from the Holy Item Forging Workshop said, "Leave this matter to us. Let them wait for a while." Hee. The two grand elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop revealed killing intent in their eyes. In the past few days, their Life and Death Pill Workshop had suffered heavy losses, and the enemy was the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. They naturally had to return an eye for an eye and blood for blood. The so-called arena battle was built on the foundation that both sides were equal in strength. The two major forces were wary of the Sacred Fire tribe. However, with the Demon God tribe, they could definitely fight against them. A cold expression appeared on the faces of the experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Biological Forging Workshop. The corners of their lips curled up slightly. Wang Xian, Huoluoer, and the rest flew towards the center of the battlefield. Soon, they arrived at the center. When they arrived, there were already people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. There were around 30,000 to 40,000 people standing in the opposite position. When they saw them arriving, a ferocious smile appeared on their faces. There are 5 experts at level 9 of the Void Interpretation stage and 13 experts at level 8 of the Void Interpretation stage. Huoluoer took out the detection compass in her hand, and her voice entered Wang Xian's ears. "Haha, Zhang Xinkong, Shualiani, Shualianhuan, you guys are still keeping your promise." Lai Hanshan's loud laughter rang out. His gaze swept towards the two young men at the forefront of the two major factions, and a proud expression appeared on their faces. A confrontation between heaven's favorites. No one would submit to anyone? Hee, Lai Hanshan, your Sacred Flame clan getting involved in this muddy water is not a choice that you know very well. In the center, a handsome young man with a compass in his hand stared coldly at Lai Hanshan as he spoke in a dense tone. "Zhang Xinkong, don't be so arrogant. I, Su Xingsan, have already killed 29 profound void martial experts from your Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop. Today, I will use you to gather 30. Su Xingsan stared at Lai Hanshan with a face full of hatred as he roared in a low voice. Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, prepare to die. Furious voices came from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan one after another. Hee, you want us to die? The ones who deserve to die are all of you. In the life and death arena, I, Shualian Yi, will go up. Who dares to come up? A beautiful woman with delicate features flew directly towards the center. With a wave of his arm, an array formation instantly rose. An array formation was a scouting array formation. Anyone under the age of 100 could enter the array formation. In the Battle of the Chosen, they had already made an agreement with the Sacred Fire Clan to fight anyone under the age of 100. I'll do it, Shualian Yi. Even if you're a woman, I'll still behead you today. Huaming too saw the most outstanding disciple of the Life and Death Pill Workshop appear. He didn't show the slightest fear and directly rushed over. Kill him, Kill this bitch of the life and death pill workshop. Goddess Shualian E. Kill that damned fellow. Let the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan know the consequences of offending us. Kill him. Huamingtu entered the arena, and angry shouts rang out from the surroundings. The distance between the two sides was 3,000 meters, and waves of killing intent flooded towards the other side. They looked at the peerless genius of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the genius of the Life and Death Pill workshop, and all of them shouted loudly. Now, the two factions had entered a life and death situation. Kill. Both of them were at the 5th level of the Profound Void martial stage. Without the slightest hesitation, they charged forward. Every move was fatal. It was a life and death battle. Brother Huamingtu, you can do it. Hualuoer, who was at the side, cheered with a nervous expression. Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, come and accept your death. At this moment, a young man from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan flew to the center, and the aura of a rank 3 Profound Void martial artist exploded out. It's Hua Mingshan, the core disciple of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. I'll kill you. With an angry shout, a rank 3 Profound Void martial artist disciple from the Holy Item Forging Workshop flew over and attacked Hua Mingshan. Holy Fire Clan, rank 4 Profound Void martial artist, Lai Hanliang, who will die. A disciple from the Holy Fire Clan flew out and shouted arrogantly. The disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the Holy Fire Clan rushed over one by one. Instantly, killing intent condensed. The area within 3 kilometers of the center became the battlefield of the life and death arena. Ha 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 ha, Holy Fire Clan, leave it to us. At this moment, a wild laughter came from the back. This made the Fire Lark clan and the Sacred Fire clan all slightly surprised. Chapter 1659 1659 While Luoer made her move. Bang, bang, bang. A group of more than 1,000 people were led by 2 young men dressed in black. The 2 of them held a huge hammer in their hands, and their faces were filled with wanton smiles. The group of people flew directly to the side of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, proudly glancing at everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the Holy Fire clan across from them. Who are they? They are from the 9 God Empire. They are from the 9 God Empire's Demon God tribe. Hiss, why are the people from the Demon God tribe here? What are they trying to do? Could it be that the Demon God tribe is helping the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop? Looking at the more than 1,000 people who were filled with an invincible aura and arrogance, everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow's side had a huge change in expression. Even the Sacred Fire clan's people had solemn expressions on their faces. Why did the 9 God Empire's Demon God tribe suddenly participate in this war? What did they mean by this? Haha, a 4th level void interpretation fellow. Which disciple of our Demon God tribe killed him? The 1,000-plus people's gazes swept across the surroundings. The black-clothed youth with long hair who stood at the front laughed loudly as he looked at Lai Hanliang and shouted loudly. Senior brother, leave the 4th level of the Profound Void to me. A youth standing at the front moved and directly flew towards Lai Hanliang. He also held a huge black hammer in his hand as a violent aura was instantly unleashed. From the moment he came up to the moment he attacked, it had only been 2 seconds. He did not hesitate at all and was extremely domineering. 2 young masters of the Mayuan clan, you came quite quickly. Shui Lianhuan looked at the 2 youths leading the Devil God tribe and greeted them with a smile. Haha, since I have nothing to do, I came early. The 2 youths from the Devil God tribe laughed and said indifferently. Devil Yuan General, Devil Yuan Bei, will the Sacred Fire tribe be handed over to you? Lai Hanshan looked at the 2 and asked with a trace of fear in his eyes. The Sacred Flame tribe will be handed over to us. We from the Demon God tribe want to see how powerful the disciples of the founding general of the Phoenix dynasty are. Hehe. A strong battle intent was revealed from General Mo Yuan's body. With the strength of the 2 brothers, the Sacred Flame tribe is probably not your match. Lai Hanshan smiled and looked at the position opposite him. Oh no, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop actually invited people from the Demon God tribe. General Imo Yuan Bei, two of the top 5 disciples of the Demon God tribe. Tens of thousands of people from the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe came to watch. When they saw the people from the Demon God tribe, their faces were filled with embarrassment and solemnity. Now that they were here, it meant that they would help the 2 big battles to fight against them. These were people from the Demon God tribe of the 9 gods. They were a terrifying force that was not weaker than the Sacred Fire tribe. They were even more powerful than the Sacred Fire tribe. To a certain extent, they even represented the 9 God Empire. This was because the 9 gods were united. I never expected the 2 major factions to invite the Demon God tribe. Next, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe will be in even more trouble. If they invite the tribe leader of the Demon God tribe to act, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe might be exterminated. Everyone from the Sacred Fire tribe had ugly expressions. The 2 major factions might be afraid of the Sacred Fire tribe, but the 9 God Empire's Demonic God tribe would definitely not be afraid of them. I never expected our patriarch to invite the experts of the Demonic God tribe. Is the Demonic God tribe going to join the battlefield to help us kill the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe? Haha, if they can invite helpers, our Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop can also invite helpers. The experts of the Demonic God tribe are able to deal with the Sacred Fire clan, and we will be able to crush the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan once again. Compared to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, who had an ugly and solemn expression, the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop had excited expressions on their faces. With the help of the Demonic God tribe, it was only a matter of time before they annihilated the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Disciples of the Sacred Fire clan, come out and face your death. At this moment, more than 10 disciples of the Demonic God tribe flew out and stared at the Sacred Fire tribe members with battle intent. Compete with the disciples of the Demonic God tribe. An elder of the Sacred Fire tribe standing at the front frowned and said indifferently, "It's an elder." Some disciples of the Sacred Fire tribe immediately nodded and went up to welcome him. At this moment, a scream came from the front of the arena. Everyone looked over. Oh no, our elite disciple of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has been killed. Hiss. That guy from the Sacred Item Forging Workshop actually has a full set of insightful void tier equipment, and his weapon is even higher than his own realm. Haha, good kill. The beasts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will be killed one by one. Lai Ching is awesome. An embarrassed voice came from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, while the other side cheered excitedly. Haha, trash of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Come on, let's continue. Who wants to fight me? Jiang Xinkong. In front of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, a burly young man stepped forward and stared at Su Xingzan, obviously indicating his opinion. I'll do it. Su Xingzan stepped forward, exuding an indomitable aura. He, it's my turn now. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan seems to be empty. Su Xingzan rushed forward. The Life and Death Pill Workshop's Shui Lianhuan walked forward with a face full of smiles. Haha. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is empty. No one is a match for our Miss Shui Lianhuan. Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's trash. Our Miss Shui Lianhuan makes a move. Do you dare to have anyone fight against us? We've killed quite a few of the Fire Cloud Sparrow's heaven's favorites. There's almost none left, huh? The people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop mocked loudly. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's people looked at Shui Lianhuan, who was walking forward, and when they heard their mockery, their expressions became somewhat unsightly. Some of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's people looked in the direction of the Sacred Fire clan, asking their people to make a move. Let me. Lai Hanshan stared at Shui Lianhuan and said coldly. Lai Hanshan of the Sacred Fire clan, right? I told you, your Sacred Fire clan will be taken over by our Demonic God tribe. Mo Yuan locked his gaze on Lai Hanshan and said coldly. This caused Lai Hanshan, Fire Skylark, and the others' expressions to change slightly. Hee, don't tell me that your Fire Skylark clan has no one under 100 years old? If one isn't enough, then you can have a few more. Shui Lianhuan stood in the air and stared provocatively at everyone in the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Below 100 years old, there are only two 5th-level void interpretation cultivators, young Master Su Xingcan and young Master Hua Mingtu. They are being harassed by Jiang Xingkong and Shui Liani. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan members looked at each other, their expressions ugly. In terms of overall strength, they were slightly weaker than the two great factions. I want to kill you. At this moment, Hualuower's figure moved, directly flying forward. What? Princess, you can't. Princess, you're not her match. Chapter 1660. 1660 in one move. When the Fire Cloud Sparrow saw Hualuower flying over, everyone's faces were filled with shock, and they hurriedly shouted out. The Fire Cloud Sparrow's two profound Void Tier 8 experts' expressions changed slightly, wanting to directly block her. However, Hualuower's speed caused the two of them to be slightly stunned. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's newly matured princess, haha, do you know how your two elder brothers died? Seeing Hualuower rushing over, Shui Lianhuan revealed a mocking expression and laughed mockingly. Princess Hualuower, come back quickly. Behind them, the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan roared with extremely ugly expressions. If their princess was killed here, it would be a huge blow to the morale of their Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Princess, retreat. In the center of the battle, Su Xingcan shouted loudly. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Opposite him, Jiang Xingkong shouted coldly and smashed the huge hammer in his hand. After I kill you, all those under 100 years old from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop can come and challenge me. Hearing the exclamations of her clansmen, Hualuower didn't waver at all. There was even a hint of excitement on her small face. You still wet behind the ears, little girl, die? Hearing Hualuower's words, a hint of contempt appeared on Shui Lianhuan's face. She moved and directly attacked. The target was pointed at her head. Haha, the princess of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is going to be killed in an instant. I found that the princess and prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan are all idiots. Once this princess dies, all the princesses and princes will die. Haha. Seeing Shui Lianhuan make his move, everyone in the Life and Death Pill Workshop revealed excited expressions. Shui Lianhuan was one of the most outstanding disciples of their Life and Death Pill Workshop. Wasn't he instantly killed when he fought against a little princess who was still wet behind the ears? Boom. Hualuower looked at Shui Lianhuan, who was charging over. She held a magic staff that looked like a phoenix in her hand and gently waved it forward. A flame appeared out of thin air around this most outstanding female disciple of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. What? Shui Lianhuan's expression changed slightly as he felt the terrifying flames around him. Blue light surged around his body, and the sound of raging waves churned within his body. Boom. However, the flames directly covered him. This is impossible. Shui Liani screamed in terror and despair as she felt her body being rapidly melted. Bang bang. A broken staff and a charred corpse landed on the ground and collided. What? How is this possible? Her strength? How? How can our princess's strength be so strong? Shocked voices came from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The people of the Demon God tribe also looked at Hualuower, their eyes filled with shock. Even the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe could not believe it. Their princess had just come of age, and her strength had reached the 2nd rank of the Insightful Void Realm. She was already at the top of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. But now, she had killed a 5th rank Insightful Void Realm expert in one move. Her strength was at the 6th rank of the Insightful Void Realm. How did their princess suddenly advance to the 6th rank of the Insightful Void Realm? She has just come of age and is already at the 6th rank of the Insightful Void Realm? Even the geniuses of the Empire are only so. Mo Yuan Bei frowned, staring at Hualuower with a face full of surprise as he sighed. Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, all of you young disciples, come at me together. Today, I will kill all of you. Hualuoer held her staff tightly, her gaze revealing a chill as she spoke to the two great factions. Her somewhat tender face and voice caused people to feel somewhat dazed. Damn it! Why is this Hualuoer's strength suddenly so terrifying? The elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop looked at each other with slightly embarrassed expressions. They had thought that with the demonic god tribe resisting the sacred fire clan, the disciples of the two forces would be able to easily suppress the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. They had not expected that a monstrous princess would suddenly appear. Attack! The elders of the two major factions made a decision in their hearts and nodded slowly. An elder slowly raised his arm and released a special signal. Princess! At that moment, an elder from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan flew directly towards Hualuoer's position. Elder Xianhua. Seeing the elder fly over, Hualuoer's face was filled with smiles as she narrowed her eyes. She was like a good student waiting for her parents to praise her. Elder Xianhua is also here. Who is he? At the Fire Lark clan's location, some people showed a hint of doubt on their faces. Wang Xian, who had been standing there the whole time, raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the old man flying over. A strange light immediately flashed in his eyes. Hee, all of you must die. On the opposite side, a few elders from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop who saw this scene showed a sinister expression on their faces. Some disciples from the two major forces held their weapons in their hands. Following that, the battle was about to break out. Princess Hualuoer, you're simply too awesome. Elder Xianhua flew over with an amiable smile on his face. That's because of Brother Wang Xian. It's him. Go to hell, little princess. Hualuoer did not sense that something was wrong at all. She spoke with a smile on her face. However, before she could finish her words, Xianhua's long and amiable voice interrupted her. At the same time, a dagger was stabbed towards Hualuoer. This caused Hualuoer to be slightly stunned. While she was in a daze, fear appeared in her eyes. Masked Assassin Organization? However, at this moment, a sound that penetrated through flesh and blood could be heard. Wang Xian's figure appeared behind Elder Xianhua in an instant and asked calmly, "Ah?" All of a sudden, a scream came from the position of the Fire Lark clan. Attack! Kill everyone from the Fire Lark clan. In an instant, the scene changed. The roar of an elder from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop spread across hundreds of kilometers. What? How dare you attack? Damn it! You went back on your words and sent assassins to ambush us. Aren't you afraid that our Sacred Fire clan will fight to the death with you? Everyone from the Sacred Fire clan had a drastic change in expression as they roared furiously. This Life and Death Arena battle had been agreed upon by their Sacred Fire clan and the two major factions. Now, the other party was actually using this place to ambush them. The Masked Assassin Organization had already entered the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and killed over 1,000 people in an instant. Ha ha ha! Leave the Sacred Fire clan to our demonic god tribe. At this moment, a loud laugh came from behind. 5 black figures flew over quickly. 5 rank 9 profound void martial experts from the demonic god tribe. All disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, be careful. There are masked assassins among us. At this moment, the elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan shouted with an extremely ugly expression. They had never expected that the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop would set up an ambush in this arena. When the demonic god tribe appeared, we should have thought of this. The 2 elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan shouted with an ugly expression. The sudden riot caused everyone to not notice Princess Hualuoer's side in the middle. Chapter 1661. 1661 was instantly killed. Not good. We're in trouble. We have people from the Masked Assassin Organization. The sudden attack of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop and the appearance of the Masked Assassin caused the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to fall into chaos. Before the Demon God Tribe's 5 rank 9 void interpretation experts arrived, The difference in strength between the two sides was not completely overwhelming. However, due to the existence of the masked assassin organization, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe's formation could not be organized. If the clansmen beside him were from the masked assassin organization, he could be ambushed at any time. Now that the Demon God tribe's experts had arrived and restrained the Sacred Fire tribe, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe did not have the strength to resist. This was because the main force this time was the Sacred Fire tribe. Demon God tribe, are you guys going to participate in this war? The Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe elder's expression was incomparably ugly as he shouted at the 5 insightful Void Realm experts of the Demon God tribe who were flying over. Haha, what does our Demon God tribe want to do? There's no need to explain to you guys. We are participating in this war, so what? The Demon God tribe elder in the middle shouted arrogantly. He did not put the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe in his eyes at all. Not to mention the others, just the strength of their Demon God tribe wasn't weaker than the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. Naturally, they wouldn't show any weakness. Prepare to retreat. The 4 rank 9 profound Void Realm experts of the Sacred Fire tribe looked around with extremely unsightly expressions and said to all the disciples, "Retreat? Can you retreat?" The experts of the Demon God tribe laughed loudly. Not a single member of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe is left alive. Cold killing intent could be heard from both sides. Figures quickly flew over. Although none of these people were too strong, there were around 500 to 600 people at the profound Void Realm on the left and right sides. Seeing the 20,000 people charging over from the sides, the faces of the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe members were filled with despair. The detection array could detect people who were stronger than them, but the people coming from the flanks were not that strong. The detection array was extremely precious to begin with, and only a small number of people had it. The people of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who were at the 8th or 9th level of the Profound Void tier held the detection array, so they would not be on guard against them. Because the other party did not have an expert who was half a step away from longevity. This resulted in the current situation. Ha 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 ha, I'll exterminate you all today. It won't be long before your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan disappears from the transcendental continent. The elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop held weapons in their hands, and their faces revealed savage expressions. They had invited the Demonic God tribe in order to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan as soon as possible. It's over. Their people are many times more than ours. Oh no, oh no. Will our Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe's experts come to rescue us? This group of despicable fellows, they are actually ambushing us. Furious and despairing expressions were emitted from the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe's mouths. They scanned their surroundings warily and shouted loudly. Fight! The 2 Fire Cloud Sparrow elders looked at each other. They gritted their teeth and roared loudly. Kill. Even if we have to die, we have to kill one. Killing one is worth it. Killing 2 is a profit. Everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan clenched their fists tightly and prepared to die. Everyone from the masked assassin organization, wait for my order and immediately attack. Haha. At this moment, the elder from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop laughed out loud. To be able to kill more than 20,000 members of the Fire Lark clan this time was a great morale boost for them. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop, everyone from the Fire Lark clan looked extremely embarrassed. They didn't know if they were teammates or assassins. Brother Wang Xian. At this moment, Hua Luo'er widened her eyes as she stared blankly at Elder Xianhua who was pierced through by Wang Xian's arm and the enemies around her. She shouted softly. Wang Xian stood in the sky. The face of Elder Xianhua who was pierced through began to change. Clearly, it was the change of the masked assassin organization. He scanned his surroundings and saw that the enemies on both sides and in front of him had already rushed over. A smile appeared on his face. Come, little sister Hua Luo'er. Today, I will let you see what instant kill is. Wang Xian gently pushed away the corpse of the masked killer in front of him and said to Hua Luo'er calmly. Hua Luo'er looked at Wang Xian in a daze. 5 Elemental Grindstone. Wang Xian touched her head and his body shook. His Dharma idol, 5-elemental grindstone, was instantly unleashed. With his human dragon unity, he could unleash the terrifying strength of a half-step into the realm of longevity even in his human form. Buzz. At the same time, he opened his mouth and his weapon, the 5 elements millstone, flew into the sky instantly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying pressure spread out in a radius of 100 kilometers. The entire sky turned dark in an instant. A voice that sounded like a millstone was heard in the sky. What? What's going on? Are the half-step longevity realm experts of the life and death forging workshop and the holy item forging workshop also hiding around? As they felt the changes in the world, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Shocked and terrified voices came from the Fire Lark clan. 2 gray millstones of the 5 elements floated in the sky. Each of them had a terrifying radius of 20 kilometers. The 2 millstones covered an area of 40 kilometers. The sky couldn't be seen at all. All the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were in despair. However, this sudden change also stunned everyone in the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The elders of the 2 large forces looked at the terrifying millstones that had suddenly appeared in a daze, and their faces were filled with shock. It seemed that there were no half-step longevity experts from their 2 forces. Who is it? Someone from the 2 large factions? Everyone's gazes, including the demon god tribe's 5-rank, 9 profound void realm experts that had just flown over, all looked over in shock. Oh, that is? Everyone saw Hualuoer and a youth standing together in the middle of the sky. A terrifying energy connected the terrifying millstone in the sky to that youth. It seems to be one of our people. Su Xingsan and Hua Mingtu of the Firelark tribe looked at the young man beside Hualuoer in shock and muttered, "That is." However, at this moment, the 5 experts of the demon god tribe who were hovering in the sky recognized Wang Xian instantly. It's him. This. The 5 elders of the demon god tribe revealed a hint of fear in their eyes. A few days ago, when they were chasing after the flaming soul, they were sent flying 50 kilometers away by this figure and were severely injured. They took 2 days to recover from their injuries. Originally, they had followed the disciples of the demon god tribe here today. It was because their injuries had yet to fully recover that they were a little late. But they had just recovered, and they met this person again? Chapter 1662. 1662 was killed in one move. Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Workshop, Demon God Tribe. All of you are courting death. Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky, looked at everyone around him. His calm voice fell into everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the Life and Death Workshop and Holy Item Workshop changed completely. Especially the elders of the 2 big forces, their faces changed dramatically, full of disbelief. Who are you? There is no one like you in the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Moreover, how could you escape the detection of the detection array? The elder of the Holy Item Forging Workshop gulped and asked with a terrified face. He is a member of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. How can this young man be so terrifying and cover the entire sky? Is he an expert at the half-step longevity realm? The disciples from the 2 major factions also shouted in a low voice, their faces filled with fear. They had already succeeded in ambushing the Fire Cloud Sparrow race, but they had never expected such an expert to suddenly appear. Senior, the people of our demonic god tribe have no enmity with you. We are willing to leave immediately. Yes, Senior. We are willing to leave immediately. We apologize to you. At this moment, the 5 elders of the demon god tribe suddenly begged for mercy. Everyone was shocked again. The 5 experts of the demon god tribe actually surrendered so humbly. They were people of the 9 god empire, elders of the demon god tribe. Even if they were to meet a half-step longevity expert, it shouldn't be like this, right? So your demon god tribe is here to help the life and death elixir workshop and the holy item forging workshop. If I had known earlier, I would have killed all of you the last time I met you. Wang Xian looked at the 5 of them and said faintly. If he knew that they were enemies, Wang Xian would have killed them immediately. But it's not too late now. As he spoke, the 2 5-elemental millstones in the sky began to operate. A grayish destructive force of the 5 elements was directed downwards. It covered the entire area of 40 kilometers. You killed us. If you dare to kill us, our demon god tribe will not let you off. The 5 elders of the demon god tribe had a drastic change in expression as they shouted in horror. Even the 5 elders of the demon god tribe are so afraid of him. Last time, could it be that the flame soul was stolen by this person, and our 5 elders were injured by him? Below them, the faces of everyone from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, as well as the disciples of the demon god tribe, changed drastically. They felt the dusky power, and their bodies trembled slightly. Defend, defend. Run, run now. The elders of the 2 large factions immediately shouted. The malevolence and excitement on their faces had completely turned into fear and despair. Run, run. Under the orders of the 2 elders, everyone immediately fled into the distance in fear. The absolute geniuses of the 2 large factions. The elite disciples of the 2 large factions. This was especially so for Jiang Xinkong and Shui Lian Yi. They were the peerless prodigies of the central continent. In the future, they might become the forefathers of a region at the longevity level. However, right now, they were fleeing with faces full of fear. When the grayish attack landed, the sound of a miserable scream instantly rang out. With Wang Xian's current strength, he could fight against 3 to 4 half-step to longevity level experts and kill more than 40,000 people around him with ease. Boom! A destructive sound rang out. Everyone, including more than a dozen experts at level 9 of the see-through realm, widened their eyes in fear. One move and they would all die. One move and he would be killed instantly. It didn't matter if you were a powerful expert at level 9 of the see-through realm. It didn't matter if you were a peerless Heaven's Pride disciple with a strong background and powerful strength in the continent. With one move, all of them turned into dust. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the corpses fell to the ground and let out a muffled sound. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the figure in the sky in astonishment. With just one move, he had killed all the people from the 3 major forces. Tens of thousands of people were no match for one move. There were more than 1,000 insightful void martial artists. This, Brother Wang Xian, you are so powerful. Hua Luo'er looked at Wang Xian in a daze. Her face was filled with shock and excitement. She held onto Wang Xian's arm happily. Her little face was flushed with excitement. She had already expected Wang Xian to be very strong, but she didn't expect him to be so terrifying. He killed tens of thousands of people in one move. With such strength, she felt that even her mother was much weaker than him. My God. Who is this young master? My God, half-step longevity. He is definitely a half-step longevity. Moreover, he is not an ordinary half-step longevity. He's too strong. Is he the hidden powerhouse of our Fire Lark clan? Below them, the 10,000 to 20,000 members of the Fire Lark clan trembled as they stared at Wang Xian with a crazed expression. The sudden attack of this mysterious powerhouse instantly killed everyone on the other side. This was simply too shocking. If not for him, they would have a narrow escape. Young master, thank you for your help. The 2 elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan looked at each other with flushed faces. They immediately flew over and said respectfully. In the past few days, they had also received news that a person of high status had come to their Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The matriarch and the patriarch of the clan had personally welcomed him. They were not qualified to know who the other party was. However, after seeing Wang Xian's terrifying strength and his close relationship with Hua Luo'er, they could vaguely guess. The honorable person might be the young man in front of them. We are on the same side, Wang Xian said to them calmly. The words, "We are on the same side," instantly warmed the hearts of the two elders and the people from the fire lark below. This was what it meant to be on the same side. Next, you guys from the masked assassin organization should die too. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Wang Xian swept his gaze downwards and clawed with his arm. One gray dragon claw after another instantly grabbed the necks of the 200 people below. Cough, 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 cough. Sir, we are members of the Fire Lark tribe. We are not. The moment the miniature dragon claw grabbed the 200 people below, the pupils of the 200 people contracted slightly. They hurriedly cried for help. Crack. However, at this moment, Wang Xian clenched his palm gently. Bang, bang, bang. More than 200 people were killed instantly. One by one, they fell to the ground. Everyone in the surroundings was horrified. When they saw the changes in the faces of the people who fell to the ground, all of them inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This, sir, is so terrifying. He actually saw through everyone in the masked assassin organization with a single glance. Oh my God. The masked assassin organization was killed with a wave of his hand. It's too strong, too strong. Sir, where did you come from? Why haven't we seen you before? Everyone from the Fire Lark clan looked at this scene in awe. They were all shocked and mumbled to themselves. Everyone from the Holy Fire clan looked at Wang Xian in astonishment as they sized him up. However, the faces of the young men from Lai Han's Han turned from white to red and from red to green. They, but also looked down on this young. Chapter 1663. 1663, the real killer one. Buzz. Let's go. Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky, waved his arm. All the corpses were stored in his interspatial ring. He let out a soft shout and spoke to everyone from the Fire Lark clan. Now that he had killed a group of core disciples from the 3 major forces and more than 10 powerhouses at level 9 of the see-through void tier, the other party would definitely take revenge in less than 2 days. However, Wang Xian was very happy to see this scene. Yes, sir. Everyone, return to Volcano City immediately. The 2 elders of the Firecloud Sparrow clan immediately responded respectfully and said to all the disciples, Let's go back. Everyone didn't dare to hesitate and immediately flew towards the direction of Volcano City. What a powerful strength. He is probably at the peak of the half-step longevity realm. The 4 level 9 see-through void martial artists of the Holy Fire clan looked at Wang Xian's figure in shock and exchanged a glance. Everyone from the Holy Fire clan had ugly expressions on their faces. They were the ones who initiated this life and death arena battle. In the end, the 2 major factions had set up an ambush here. This was a slap to their Holy Fire clan's face. However, they had to swallow their anger. Since the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were able to summon the Demon God tribe, they were no longer afraid of the Holy Fire clan. If it wasn't for the mysterious young man who suddenly appeared today, it was uncertain how many of the Holy Fire tribe members would have escaped. This made all of them look extremely embarrassed. Let's go. We have to be fast. I didn't expect the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to make a move on this life and death arena. Don't tell me they are not afraid of the anger of the Holy Fire Tribe's patriarch. When Wang Xian and the rest approached Volcano City, a voice filled with anger and coldness suddenly came from the front. 5 figures flew over at a terrifying speed. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest, they were obviously stunned. Clan Elder. The group of people looked at the 5 figures and stopped to call out respectfully. Phew, are you all right? The elder in the middle looked at all of them and heaved a sigh of relief. When they received the distress signal earlier, it gave the Fire Lark clan elders a fright. Although there were not many people in the arena battle this time, they were all strong practitioners of the younger generation of the Fire Lark clan. If they were ambushed, it would be a huge loss to the entire Fire Lark clan. Young Master Wang. At this moment, one of the clan elders noticed Wang Xian's figure and was slightly stunned. He quickly shouted at Wang Xian. Young Master Wang, The other 4 clan elders hurriedly greeted Wang Xian. Yes, Wang Xian nodded at them. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, it's all thanks to brother Wang Xian. Otherwise, we would be in danger. Hualuoer, who was standing beside Wang Xian, looked at the 5 clan elders and said with a smile, "Oh, so it was young Master Wang." The 5 clan elders nodded their heads slowly. It seemed that young Master Wang had gotten rid of the distress call just now. Yes, brother Wang Xian is amazing. He wiped out tens of thousands of people from the 3 major forces in one move. More than a dozen experts at level 9 of the Void Interpretation Realm were also killed in one move. Hualuoer nodded her head heavily and kept on talking. The 3 major forces? Luoer, your strength has increased a lot? A clan elder revealed a puzzled expression when he heard her words. However, at this moment, another old woman was sizing up Hualuoer and suddenly asked in surprise, "Hee, great-grandma, I'm now an expert at the 8th level of the see-through realm." Hualuoer's somewhat boastful figure moved and came directly to the old woman's side. She said with some pride, "8th level of the Void Interpretation Realm? How is this possible?" When the 5 clan elders heard her words, they all fixed their gazes on Hualuoer. The strength of an 8th level of the Void Interpretation Realm was not enough to shock them, but Hualuoer had reached the 8th level of the Void Interpretation Realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. One had to know that she had just matured. She was only at the Profound Void Tier 2 a few days ago. How could it be possible for her to be at the Profound Void Tier 8 now? Profound Void Tier 8? Then, at the back, all the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan heard Hualuoer's words and their faces were filled with shock. This made them think of how Hualuoer had instantly killed the peerless prodigy of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, Shui Lian Hun. At that time, everyone was extremely shocked. It was just that the outbreak of war had caused them to temporarily focus their attention on other places. Now that they thought about it, Hualuoer's strength was indeed a little terrifying. Brother Wang Xian used the Flame Soul to help me raise my strength to a level 8 see-through void martial artist. In the future, I will also be an expert of the Firelark tribe. Hualuoer raised her head and said excitedly, "Young Master Wang, Fire Soul?" The 5 clan elders were stunned for a moment before they looked at Wang Xian. When they thought of the person in front of them, who had reached half-step longevity from the Transcendence Realm, they pursed their lips. It was indeed possible for Hualuoer to raise her strength. The few of us clan elders have some respect for Lord Wang. There is a little, and we all address him as young Master Wang. He was actually able to raise Princess Hualuoer's strength to the 8th level of the see-through realm. How terrifying! What is this Lord Wang's identity? What is his relationship with U.S. Firecloud Sparrow clan? Voices of doubt rang out. Everyone in the Firecloud Sparrow clan was filled with curiosity towards Wang Xian. He had destroyed tens of thousands of people with a single move. He was respected by their elders and saved their lives. No matter what, they could boast about this for a long time. At that time, the higher-ups of the Firecloud Sparrow clan came to welcome us personally. They didn't mean to embarrass us. The 4 experts of the Holy Fire clan, who were at level 9 of the see-through realm, looked at each other and thought to themselves, "Let's go." Wang Xian smiled faintly and said to the 5 of them without saying anything else, Yes. The 5 elders of the Firecloud Sparrow clan nodded immediately. The group of them flew quickly into the Firecloud City. "Where is Senior Fengyun?" After entering the Firecloud City, Wang Xian asked the 5 elders, "Young Master Wang wants to see the Patriarch? Let us bring you there." The 5 of them nodded and said to Wang Xian immediately, "All right." Wang Xian nodded and followed them to the Firecloud mountain range ahead. "Patriarch, young Master Wang wishes to see you. We have something important to report." The 6 of them spent more than 10 minutes before an elder shouted into the mountain range, "Come in." Feng Yun's voice was heard. Wang Xian and the rest immediately entered the mountain range. "Patriarch." An old woman walked over and recounted what had happened. What? The demon god tribe of the 9 God Empire actually joined 2 major forces? On the way here, The five elders had already understood everything. When they learned that the demon god tribe had sent people to support the two large factions, their expressions changed drastically. Feng Yun similarly frowned and sighed slightly. It looks like these two large factions want to kill us. Feng Yun sat there, thinking nonstop. Senior Feng Yun, if the longevity experts from the three forces join forces to attack us, will the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe be able to withstand them? Wang Xian sat at the side and said in a low voice, if the three forces join forces, our Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe will not be able to withstand them. Feng Yun shook her head bitterly. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Medicine Master of the Holy Item Forging Workshop joined forces to attack us. I have the confidence to withstand them. However, with the Demon God tribe, we are definitely not their match. That is the Demon God of the Nine God Empire. They have at least one longevity, or even more. Wang Xian frowned slowly. With the appearance of the Demon God tribe, the two forces are clearly no longer afraid of the Holy Fire tribe. In that case, we can only go all out. Chapter 1664 1664 The Real Killer 2. The room fell silent. Feng Yun and the five clan elders sat there with unpleasant expressions. Fight? Young Master Wang, the problem is that we can't win even if we fight. One of the clan elders said with a bitter expression. Young Master Wang, do you have any ideas? Feng Yun looked at Wang Xian and asked after a moment of hesitation. We can still fight. As long as my strength breaks through and I reach longevity, the two major forces wouldn't be enough. Wang Xian said with a twinkle in his eyes. As long as he could achieve a breakthrough once, he would be able to resolve the current predicament of the Firelark tribe. Young Master Wang, you have achieved a breakthrough? Feng Yun was slightly taken aback as she looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. When she met Wang Xian a few years ago, he was merely at the extraordinary realm. However, in less than 4 years, he actually said that he wanted to achieve a breakthrough and attain longevity. This made her feel incredulous. Young Master Wang, do you need any help to break through? Feng Yun asked directly. Pills, a large number of pills. There are at least 5,000 pills at the level of the 9th level void interpretation. Wang Xian did not hide anything and said directly. Hiss, 5,000 pills at the level of the 9th level void interpretation. This? Feng Yun and the five elders took a deep breath and frowned. Even if we take out all the savings of our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, we can only take out 1,000 level 9 void interpretation pills. One of the elders said. Regarding the issue of resources, I will think of a way myself. From now on, I will act without any scruples. If the patriarchs of the three major forces come, we can only prepare to escape. Wang Xian looked at Feng Yun and said, let's do it. As the personal guard of the Empress, it won't be easy for anyone to break into our Fire Cloud Mountain. If worst comes to worst, I will lead everyone into the Nirvana Cave. Feng Yun nodded his head heavily. His eyes were filled with coldness. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Senior Feng Yun, I will leave first. He stood up, nodded his head, and left immediately. I hope the demon god from the demon god tribe doesn't make a move, or else. Seeing Wang Xian leave, an elder said weakly, let's go to Feng Tian City. Wang Xian flew out of the Fire Cloud City and headed towards Feng Tian City. Since the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe was forced to such a state, there was no need for him to be afraid of anything. The dragon spike could be used to assassinate anyone without fear this time. After entering the Fire Cloud Forest, Wang Xian activated his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes. He used the power of light and darkness to hide his aura. Under his extreme concealment, even the detection formation could not detect his existence. Feng Tian City is completely sealed. The news of the annihilation of the people from the three major forces must have spread to Feng Tian City. Wang Xian thought to himself. He looked at the one-eyed bird that was circling around the city. He hid himself and entered the city. He glanced at the center of the city and smiled. 5 experts in the longevity realm were gathered there. More than 20 elders at level 9 of the see-through realm were also there. He moved and arrived at a restaurant in the center of the city. The people of the demon god tribe have just arrived, but they were all exterminated. My god, the fire cloud sparrow tribe is too violent. All the heaven's favorites and outstanding disciples of the life and death pill workshop and the holy item forging workshop were also killed. This time, the younger generation of the two major forces was almost exterminated. It's such a good arena battle, but the fire cloud sparrow tribe actually set up an ambush. How despicable. The fire young tribe is now completely provoked. We have to be more careful when we go out. The fire young tribe is now accelerating their own death. The people they killed are the elite core disciples of the demon god tribe. That is the demon god tribe of the Nine God Empire. When Wang Xian entered the restaurant, he heard voices of discussion. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. An ambush by the Firelar clan? Hee. Waiter, please serve some good tea and dishes. Wang Xian sat in a corner and said to the waiter beside him. All right, sir, please wait a moment. Plop. Sir Demon God, this matter is our fault. We didn't know that they had a half-step Wanshou master hiding there. All the elite disciples of our life and death elixir workshop and holy item forging workshop were also killed. However, at this moment, in the center of the city, more than 20 old men were kneeling on the ground, their faces covered in cold sweat. 5 of the old men in the center had similarly unsightly and shocked expressions. In front of them was an image. In the image, a black-robed old man with golden stripes embroidered on his body sat in the center. The old man's eyes were a little cloudy, but there was a willful, unruly, and arrogant charm. Beside the old man, one was wearing a white robe with a spirit tree on it. The other old man was wearing a fiery red soft armor that emitted a mysterious energy. The white-robed old man was the medicine master of the life and death pill workshop. The soft-armored old man was the tool master of the holy item forging workshop. These two were the top experts of the continent who had lived for 7,000 to 8,000 years. And the identity of the person who could sit in the middle in front of them was obvious. The demon god of the Nine God Empire. And a new demon god. Even the medicine master and weapon master looked at the demon god beside them with some trepidation. This demon god was the newly risen demon god of the demon god tribe. He had just risen up, but he had already suppressed the old demon god and almost killed him. He was wild, overbearing, and crazy. No one in the demon god tribe dared to refute his words. Logically speaking, there was no need for the 5 half-step Wanshou experts from the Life and Death Pill workshop and the Holy Item Forging workshop to kneel down when they saw a Wanshou expert. However, in front of this crazy demon god, they could only tremble in fear. Kiki, the people of our demon god tribe were killed as soon as we went over. I really don't know whether I should say that the people of our demon god tribe are trash, or that the two major forces are trash. The demon god smiled coldly and said. With that, the expressions of Medicine Master and Weapon Master became slightly awkward. As expected of the craziest demon god, the two of them looked at each other, and their hearts trembled slightly. Demon god, this matter is the fault of our two great forces. We cannot absolve ourselves of the responsibility for causing the death of the demon god tribe's disciples. We are willing to compensate them. The weapon master said to the demon god, Why are you looking for me? Do you want me to help you exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe? The demon god suddenly changed the topic and asked them. The weapon master and the medicine master were slightly stunned. They could not keep up with the brain circuits of this demon god. Yes, we want to invite the demon god to help us. A few days ago, we visited Sacred Fire Ancestor. He clearly stated that he would not help the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The weapon master directly said, Chapter 1665 1665 The Real Killer 3 The Fire Cloud Sparrow race is a loyal race. I still remember when I saw the Empress's grace and the glory of the Fire Cloud personal guards. The demon god changed the topic again and replied with a smile on his face. The Empress has already fallen, and the glory of the Fire Cloud personal guards is no longer there. The Medicine Master said indifferently from the side. That's right, but the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is really not loyal enough. Since the Empress has fallen, then they should follow the Empress. The Demon God said with a cold smile. Our Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop are helping them follow the Empress's path. The Medicine Master pursed his lips and took over the Demon God's words as he said indifferently. Demon God, just say it. Ask the Demon God tribe to act. What price will they have to pay? The Medicine Master could not keep up with the Demon God's thoughts and did not want to be entangled with him. He asked directly, Kiki, our Demon God tribe now has 2 long lifespans. Tell me, what price do I have to pay for inviting you to kill the Phoenix Dynasty? The Demon God smiled and looked at the Medicine Master and Weapon Master beside him. The Medicine Master and Weapon Master were stunned once again. Exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe. Demon God, you won't suffer too much loss. With me and the Medicine Master as support, help us kill that Feng Yun fellow. The Weapon Master pondered for a moment before continuing, Demon God, you can state your conditions. Our Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop have always had a good relationship with your Demon God tribe. Pills. I need a large number of pills. I also need some pills so that my strength can increase. When the time comes, I will become the master of the 9 gods. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Demon God laughed willfully. His face was filled with excitement, as if the position of the master of the 9 gods was within his reach. The Medicine Master and Tool Master trembled slightly when they heard the Demon God's words. They felt their hearts palpitate at the Demon God's madness. This fellow was simply a madman. However, a madman who could cultivate to the longevity realm was the most terrifying. Moreover, he only needed some medicinal pills to increase his strength. After reaching the longevity realm, it was extremely difficult to increase each realm. This newly promoted demonic god was actually about to break through. He might really fight for the position of the 9 gods master in the future. Our 2 great factions will help you advance to the 2nd rank of the longevity realm, but we want the resources of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Medicine Master gritted his teeth and said directly, Kiki, good. Let me know when you will make a move. Send the guest out. The Demon God laughed wildly and waved his hand as he said to the Medicine Master and the Weapon Master. Good. The Weapon Master and the Medicine Master stood up and looked at each other with satisfied expressions. Although the price of inviting the Demon God tribe was extremely high, as long as they could exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the loss would be worth it no matter how much they lost. When dealing with people like the Demon God, although they could not keep up with his brain circuits, they were easy to come in contact with and would not be too calculative. The 2 of them waved their arms, and the mirror in front of them was put away. Farewell. When the time is ripe, we will invite the Demon God. The Weapon Master and the Medicine Master cupped their hands towards the Demon God and left. Jejia, farewell. The Demon God sat there and cupped his hands as he said with a laugh. Oh, helping them destroy a Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will allow my strength to break through again. Awesome, Jejia. With that heart of mine, it allowed me to comprehend darkness. I feel that I have a very high chance of becoming a god in the future. Jejia. Seeing Medicine Master and Weapon Master leave, the Demon God laughed maniacally. 1,000 years of ups and downs in exchange for his current strength and potential. It was worth it. This Demon God is really terrifying. I heard that a year ago, this Demon God who had left for more than 1,000 years returned and directly challenged the current Demon God, defeating him. Later, the old Demon God refused to accept the challenge and nearly died. The 2 clans that supported the old Demon God were all killed. The old Demon God is already old, and the new Demon God's methods are very cruel. The old Demon God completely abdicated his position and became the clan leader of the Demon God tribe. Even our Lord Medicine Master is afraid of this demonic god. After all, he is the demonic god of the 9 God Empire, a true top faction on the continent. At this moment, in Fengtian City, the experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the scene disappear. They slowly stood up. They looked at each other and said with some shock, "However, with the addition of this demon god, we can finally eradicate the Fire Lark clan easily." That's right. For the past 4 to 5 years, the Fire Lark clan has been opposing us everywhere. It won't be long before they disappear from the stage of the continent. The experts from the 2 major forces revealed excited expressions. Wang Xian and the Fire Lark tribe were unaware of all of this. The crisis of extermination had quietly arrived. Wang Xian sat in the restaurant. His dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements scanned every corner of the city. After lunch, he slowly walked towards a small courtyard. In the campus, a member of a mercenary group lived here. They were here to kill the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan for a high reward. As a mercenary group that roamed the central continent, they had 5 insightful void martial experts. Their strength was extraordinary, and they had a wealth of experience. This time, they came to kill the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. With their wealth of experience, they gained a lot. Let's go. It won't be long before a great war between the Fire Cloud Sparrow and the 2 major forces breaks out. We have to retreat in time. The experienced mercenary group leader said to everyone. Ever since he had obtained the half-step longevity of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and killed all the elite disciples and core disciples of the 3 major forces, he had a premonition that a war might be coming. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and immediately led the members of the mercenary group to leave. Okay, we'll listen to the leader. Haha, our gains this time are already very good, and there's almost no loss. Dozens of members of the mercenary group laughed out loud as they packed up their things and prepared to leave. Oh no, there's a kill. At this moment, shadows appeared behind them one after another. The expressions of everyone in the mercenary group changed drastically. We're already here, yet you still want to leave safely. Next, it's time for the strange demon to perform. Wang Xian walked over slowly. He took a glance at the disappearing corpse with an expressionless face and walked in. This is the base. As Wang Xian spoke, the figures of strange demons appeared in front of him. 500 strange demons stood there without any expression on their faces. They did not have the slightest intention to kill. With their concealment techniques and their current strength, only experts at level 8 or above of the see-through void could detect them. With Ao Yao and I would like to see how many people I can kill. A hint of coldness appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. Let's go. As he spoke, his figure slowly disappeared. Chapter 1666. 1666 1666 Real Killers 4. The target was all the insightful Emptiness Realm experts. According to Wang Xian's investigation with his yin-yang 5 elemental dragon eyes, there were more than 7,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in Fengtian City. Among them, there were only 5 experts who were half a step away from longevity. Wang Xian walked out of the courtyard and scanned his surroundings. There are 2 experts at level 9 of the Insightful Emptiness Realm and 15 experts at level 8 of the Insightful Emptiness Realm within a radius of 10 kilometers. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings with his dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements. He immediately detected all the experts within the 10-kilometer radius. Ao Yao, I'll leave level 8 of the Void Interpretation stage to you. The rest will be assassinated within the 10-kilometer radius. Wang Xian's voice was heard by Ao Yao and the rest. His body moved, and he walked towards the 2 level 9 of the Void Interpretation stage experts. It's the Dragon King. Upon hearing his command, the group of strange demons immediately spread out in all directions. The entire city was their enemy. They could assassinate anyone. However, Wang Xian would first focus on the Insightful Emptiness Realm experts. 490 strange demons could assassinate experts below level 6 of the Insightful Emptiness Realm. 9 strange demons could assassinate experts below level 7 of the Insightful Emptiness Realm. In addition to Ao Yao, other than half a step to longevity, There was nothing in the entire city that they could not kill. Moreover, in Fengtian City, there were only around 600 to 700 people above level 6 of the Profound Void tier, and including experts at level 6 of the Profound Void tier. The rest were all below level 6 of the Profound Void tier. Those below level 6 of the Profound Void tier could be easily killed by a group of strange demons. I wonder when our Lord Medicine Master plans to completely exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. I reckon it will be soon. After exterminating the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, we won't have to stay in this damned place every day. The two old men who had just walked out from the center of the city returned to a luxurious courtyard, their faces carrying excited smiles. Obviously, the scene they had seen just now made them extremely happy. Pooh-pooh. It's not certain who will exterminate who. A sudden sound was heard. The two experts who were walking happily a moment ago did not have any reaction and fell to the ground immediately. With a wave of Wang Xian's arm, the corpse disappeared immediately. Let's go and see if there are any resources. Wang Xian thought to himself as he scanned the entire luxurious manor with the dragon eyes of the yin-yang 5 elements. A few spiritual herbs, and they are all at the 9th level of the void interpretation realm. Not bad, not bad. With a move, Wang Xian came to the back. Looking at the spiritual herbs planted, he took them away immediately. Just now, he took a look at the interspatial rings of the two of them. In each of the elders' interspatial rings, there were dozens of pills at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. As the experts in the life and death pill workshop, they were also master alchemists. It was not strange for them to have dozens of pills at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. If I can kill hundreds of level 9 void interpretation masters, I have a chance of leveling up myself. It's a pity that there aren't so many level 9 void interpretation masters in the entire life and death pill workshop. I wonder how many high-grade pills those longevity realm experts have in their interspatial rings. There must be quite a number of them. Wang Xian thought to himself. At the same time, in this Fengtian city where the sun was shining brightly, 500 strange demons were roaming around the city rapidly. As long as they found someone alone, they would immediately assassinate anyone who was at the insightful void tier. Where are they? Where are the people on the 3rd floor? Did they fucking escape from the window? They didn't pay for their meals. When the waiter arrived on the 3rd floor of a restaurant, there was no one on the 3rd floor that was full just a moment ago. The waiter's face was filled with astonishment when he suddenly disappeared. He cursed. The person was gone. He had definitely flown away from the window. He rarely encountered such a thing. The waiter hurriedly reported to the shopkeeper. "Leader, we're back." In the Sky Glory mercenary group, a huge plaque was hanging in front of a manor. More than 10 youths walked into the manor with smiles on their faces as they shouted loudly. The Sky Glory mercenary group was a mercenary group that belonged to the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In the entire Fengtian city, it could be ranked in the top 3. There were more than 30 insightful void tier experts. The leader had the strength of a 7th level insightful void tier expert. It was definitely a large-scale mercenary group. Where are the leader and the rest? Why is there not a single person in the entire mercenary group? When more than a dozen of them entered, they realized that there was no one in the entire manor. This caused them to frown and their faces were filled with curiosity. Where were the people? Dragon King, there are 530 insightful void stage powerhouses. Finish them all off. There are more than 2,000 transcendents. 20 minutes later, all the strange demons gathered in the courtyard and reported to Wang Xian. Let's go, continue. Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. With a move, the group of strange demons entered the storage spiritual bag. With a flash, he arrived at the top of a 6-story building on the street. An elder who was inside was slightly stunned. You don't need to know who I am. We are the ones who are going to kill you. Wang Xian mumbled as one by one, the strange demons came out from the storage bag. Take care of everyone within a 10-kilometer radius and return here. Wang Xian said to them as he flew out. The group of strange demons hid themselves and spread out in all directions vigilantly. They didn't have the strength of Wang Xian. In the entire Fengtian city, no one was able to discover his figure. With ease, Wang Xian casually killed all the experts at level 9 of the see-through realm. Around half an hour later, the strange demons returned one by one. Dragon King, over 700 experts of the see-through realm were assassinated. Aoyao reported. Let's go. Let's continue. You must be careful during the assassination. It's best not to be discovered. Wang Xian gave a reminder and continued flying to the next location. With his teleportation, the entire city that was more than 200 kilometers was not considered to be very big. They had assassinated more than 2,000 insightful emptiness realm experts at a distance of 10 kilometers and 10 kilometers. Before the sun set, they had assassinated more than 2,000 insightful emptiness realm experts. More than 2,000 people. This was a huge number. However, during this period of time, the place where Wang Xian and the rest had assassinated caused a commotion. What's going on? Where's the leader of the Tianwei mercenary group? Did we agree to go out tonight? Where's Zhang Beiyuan's artifact master? He's going to the artifact refining workshop tonight. Where is he? Where did the commander of the city guards go? Why haven't we found him yet? In the whole afternoon, more than 10,000 people had disappeared from Fengtian City. As more and more people disappeared, the commotion became bigger and bigger. Some people didn't pay attention to their disappearance at first, thinking that they might have gone to other places. But as time passed and they saw that some people had also disappeared, they began to suspect, especially the disciples, deacons, and even elders of the forging workshop and the holy item forging workshop who had disappeared. In the evening, when this matter was reported to the elders of the two major forces, all of them revealed astonished expressions. Supreme Dragon Cultivation Method. Chapter 1667. 1667 in the panic of 1667 Fengtian City. What's going on? We can't contact the 5 elders of our holy item forging workshop? We can't contact 3 elders of our life and death pill workshop? We can't find more than a dozen deacons either? In the center of the city, the 5 elders were sitting in 5 courtyards. When they heard the news from their disciples, they all had solemn expressions on their faces. Clan Elder, not only that, many experts of the mercenary group and some families affiliated with our 2 big forces have also gone missing. We can't find them at all. 3 middle-aged men reported to the 5 clan elders from the front. What? The 5 men immediately stood up and looked at each other. Gather the disciples of our life and death pill workshop and holy item forging workshop immediately. A clan elder directly ordered the middle-aged man. Yes, clan elder. The 2 middle-aged men immediately nodded and walked out. Go. The 5 elders were somewhat worried. Their bodies moved and directly floated in the air. The 5 of them looked at their surrounding positions, and their eyes revealed rays of bright light. All disciples of the Life and Death Forging Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, gather here. All disciples of the Life and Death Forging Workshop, gather here. With 2 shouts, a middle-aged man moved forward and a middle-aged man moved backward. Their voices instantly covered the entire Fengtian city. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have a bad premonition? What happened? It seems that many experts went missing in the afternoon. Everyone in Fengtian City was slightly shocked when they heard the 2 middle-aged men's cries. They began to discuss among themselves. Oh no, are we going to be alerted? Wang Xian heard 2 cries near the city gate. He frowned slightly when he saw the 5 half-step Wanshou powerhouses floating in the air. Let's do it. This is the shop of the Holy Item Forging Workshop and the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. There are more than 1,000 void interpretation powerhouses gathered here. There are also 5 or 6 void interpretation 9th level powerhouses. Wang Xian thought to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Since the other party is alert, let's end this quickly. Aoyao, let's do it as soon as possible. It doesn't matter even if we are discovered. As Wang Xian spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the 2 level 9 insightful emptiness realm experts. Under the astonished expressions of the 2 of them, Wang Xian waved his arm and instantly killed them. At the same time, he dashed towards the other few level 9 see-through realm experts. Who is it? As Wang Xian did not hide anything, he was immediately discovered when he arrived in front of a level 9 see-through realm expert. Boom. However, Wang Xian waved his arm and the gray energy hit his body directly. Ah, there's an assassin! There's an assassin! At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from not far away. Following that, a series of sounds of assassinations were heard. Continue. Wang Xian glanced at the center. Due to the distance being too far away, the 5 half-step Wansho masters did not notice him. His figure shuttled rapidly. Without the strength of a 5th-level void interpretation stage, or above, one could not see his shadow at all. Under the massacre by Wang Xian, the noble see-through realm experts were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Clan Elder, there's an assassin! There's an assassin! In less than 5 minutes, an earth-shattering voice suddenly sounded. The voice was filled with panic and resounded throughout Fengtian City. Strange demon, come back? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and immediately sent a voice transmission to Ao Yao and the rest. It's the Dragon King. One by one, the figures flew rapidly towards Wang Xian's location. Let's go. After keeping the spiritual storage pouch, he concealed himself and teleported to the highest restaurant in Fengtian City. His gaze swept across the insightful emptiness realm expert in the room. Before he could react, he had already killed him. What? Which faction dares to commit a crime in our Fengtian City? In the center, 5 half-step longevity realm experts heard the distress call from the East Gate, and their expressions changed slightly. The 5 figures moved, and like a violent sun, they quickly flew toward the East Gate. Clan Elders, there are killers, there are killers. They can actually hide in the void. Several deacons were instantly killed, and their corpses were taken away. A middle-aged man saw the 5 clan elders flying over and hurriedly flew into the air to welcome them. His face was filled with fear as he spoke. When they heard the clan elder's summons, they immediately rushed towards the center. In the end, more than 10 figures instantly appeared behind them. Other than him, everyone else was instantly killed. When he saw this scene, he was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. His back was instantly covered with cold sweat as he hurriedly shouted. Even when he saw the 5 clan elders flying over, his face was still in shock. What's going on? All the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop's Holy Item Forging Workshop immediately flew over and directly flew into the air. A clan elder looked at the middle-aged man who was still in shock. His face instantly became gloomy as he shouted loudly. It's the clan elder. Below, the disciples of the 2 big forces hurriedly flew into the sky. 1, 2. Where are the deacon disciples? Where are the disciples above the profound void tier? However, very quickly, when the 5 clan elders saw the disciples flying up one by one, there were very few profound void tier disciples. Their expressions changed drastically as they roared loudly. Their voices resounded throughout the sky. More than 100. Why are there only 100? Aren't there 1,000 or so profound void tier disciple elders guarding this place? Where are they? Where are they now? A clan elder swept his gaze over the tens of thousands of people floating below. His pupils constricted slightly as he growled in a low voice. After the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Workshop's medicinal pills were mysteriously snatched away last time, they had sent even more disciples to guard this place. However, there were only 100 or so profound void martial disciples now. Where were the remaining people? What assassin assassinated all of you? A clan elder took a deep breath and asked the disciple who had called for help. I don't know, clan elder. I didn't see it clearly either. I only saw a white shadow, and then they died. It's too terrifying. This group of assassins is simply too terrifying. The middle-aged man said with a face full of fear, but the fear on his face did not disappear. Just a white shadow? Trash. Seeing a 5th-level profound void martial disciple actually look so terrified, the faces of the 5 clan elders turned black, and their faces were extremely unsightly as they cursed. Assassin. An assassin actually entered our Fengtian city. Today, it seems that many experts and mercenary groups directly disappeared. Could it be that the assassin did it? How is this possible? There are so many experts in our Fengtian city. How could the assassin assassinate them so easily? Didn't you see the frightened look of the deacon of the Holy Item Forging Workshop? He is a 5th-level void interpretation expert. In the Fengtian city below, exclamations could be heard. The mercenary groups and the forces attached to the holy items were all filled with fear. Chapter 1668. 1668. In the panic of Fengtian city in 1668. All disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop come to the East Gate and fly straight here. The voice of a clan elder once again resounded throughout the entire Fengtian city. Yes. In the distance, the disciples of the two major forces responded. At this point in time, the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had already realized the seriousness of the problem. They flew over quickly one by one. Soon, all the disciples of the two major forces in Fengtian city had gathered. Meanwhile, the people from the other forces were approaching in surprise and bewilderment. Slowly, millions of people gathered in the surrounding areas. All insightful emptiness realm experts come to the front. Seeing the disciples flying over one by one, the 5 clan elders' faces became more and more unsightly, even with a trace of fear. Yes, one by one, the insightful emptiness realm experts flew towards a single spot. Oh, why are there so few? Our two great factions should have around 4,000 insightful emptiness realm experts. Why are there only around 2,000 now? What on earth is going on? Could it be that, at this time, everyone's faces revealed an embarrassed and frightened expression? The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had at least 4,000 insightful emptiness realm experts in Fengtian city. However, there were only 2,000 of them now. What about 2,000? Could it be that they assassinated 2,000 insightful emptiness realm experts in such a short period of time? What kind of killer is this? How did they do it? Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene in disbelief. Half of the insightful emptiness realm experts were actually assassinated, and actually, half of them were assassinated. The bodies of the 5 clan elders trembled slightly. The insightful emptiness realm experts of their two great factions each only numbered around 5,000. Adding them together, it was only around 10,000, but now, it was actually less than 1/5. This was simply a huge blow to them. Our elders also seem to have decreased by a lot. Could it be that our elders were also assassinated? They are all insightful emptiness realm level 9 experts. To be able to assassinate an elder at the 9th rank of the profound void tier, what kind of assassin is this? Could it be that the underworld assassin organization took action? The profound void tier experts from the two major factions looked at each other and said in a low voice, "Clan Elder, the elders of our Zhao clan have also disappeared. Clan Elder, please stand up for us. Our Liantian sect's sect master and elders have also disappeared. Our sect master is an expert at the 9th rank of the profound void tier. 5 elders, the experts of our mercenary group and a group of more than 20 people have also disappeared." At this time, a young man below spoke to the 5 half-step Wanshou experts with a fearful expression. Immediately after, several middle-aged young men spoke loudly. Among these people, a portion of them were sects and clans that relied on the two great powers, and a portion of them were mercenary groups that were attracted by the rewards. Now, many experts had disappeared. The expressions of the 5 half-step Wanshou experts changed drastically. Open the array formation and report this matter to the medicine master and weapon master. An elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's do our best to search first." The 5 people nodded and flew toward the 4 directions and the center respectively. There were 5 towers in the 4 directions and the center respectively. These towers were used to build arrays. The 5 of them came to the top of the tower and took out an array compass that was emitting divine light with a solemn expression. Ka ka ka. The array compass was placed inside and emitted a caw-caw sound. Wong. In an instant, a fiery red light covered the entire city. Boom. Following that, monstrous flames rose up. The entire city was like a terrifying volcano, erupting with flames. A 10,000-year-old defensive formation. Even a 10,000-year-old first-rank expert wouldn't be able to break in. Hiss. This kind of formation has actually been activated. This formation could have been specially set up to prevent the Fire Cloud Sparrow Patriarch from attacking. Sounds of shock rang out from within Fengtian City. Everyone take a position and search with all your might. Don't miss a single place. A clan elder roared. One-eyed demonic beast, search. Caw, caw, caw. In the center, dozens of one-eyed demonic beasts soared into the air. An incomparably huge pupil was monitoring the entire city. The eyes of the clan elders shot out rays of light as they scanned the entire city. The assassins haven't left our Fengtian city yet. We must capture them. Otherwise, this will be too terrifying. How long has it been? They've killed over 2,000 insightful void martial artists. Not just 2,000. These 2,000 are only disciples of the two major forces. There are also forces and mercenary groups. There might be 3,000 to 4,000. The entire Fengtian city was in a panic. Everyone looked around vigilantly. Hee, as long as the Wanshou masters don't come, it's impossible for them to discover me. Wang Xian stood in a room at the highest point of the restaurant. He held a teacup in his hand and looked at the panicking city and the 5 half-step Wanshou masters who were furiously searching for the killer. They would never imagine how terrifying their enemies would be. Currently, the strange demons were only second to the most powerful races in the universe, and there were less than 10 of them. In this extraordinary continent, no one of the same level was their match. Time slowly passed. The 5 half-step Wanshou experts searched the entire Fengtian city, but they still couldn't find any clues. This made the 5 half-step Wanshou experts' expressions become more and more unsightly. They can't be found? Could it be the masked assassin group? How could it be the masked assassin group? The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop hired the masked assassin group. Although they are very strong, they aren't as terrifying as this group of mysterious assassins. It's not just terrifying. They clearly haven't escaped the city yet, but the 5 peerless experts couldn't find their figures. They won't assassinate again, right? The sky had completely darkened, but the entire Fengtian city was illuminated by the array formation. Everyone was discussing in fear. If the assassins couldn't be found, would they continue to assassinate? Even a profound void Tier 9 powerhouse could disappear without a sound, let alone them. Everyone was extremely afraid. If we knew, we wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. FUCK, what kind of terrifying killer organization did the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan hire? Some of the mercenary group members revealed regretful expressions. All disciples gather at the center. Don't spread out. Wait for news. The 5 half-step longevity experts ordered with an ugly expression. All the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop immediately gathered at the center. More than 100,000 people gathered together. 2 half-step longevity experts stood guard at the side. Report this matter to the Medicine Master and the Weapon Master. The other 3 clan elders showed a trace of fatigue on their faces and directly entered the room. A terrifying assassin organization suddenly appeared and actually made the 2 forces helpless. Chapter 1669. 1669 in the panic of Fengtian City in 1669. What should we do when the disciples of the 2 major forces gather together? Yeah, what should we do? These killers are not just targeting the people of the 2 major forces. When the people outside the 2 major forces saw that they had gathered together and were guarded by a half-step Wanshou expert, panic appeared on their faces. If we knew it would be like this, we wouldn't have come. It's all our fault for being too greedy. If the assassins are targeting us, then we're close to the positions of the 2 major factions. We're gathering around them. Some mercenary groups revealed regretful expressions on their faces. One by one, they hurriedly approached the positions near the two major factions. The sudden appearance of the assassins and the disappearance of 3,000 to 4,000 insightful emptiness realm experts completely caused them to panic. These were 3,000 to 4,000 insightful emptiness realm experts. Just the thought of half of the experts in the entire city disappearing just like that made them feel terrified. Weapon Master. Medicine Master. In a meeting room in the manor in the center of the city, the elders of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop stood respectfully in front of a mirror and said to the person in the mirror, "What's the matter? Why do you need to make such an urgent report?" The Medicine Master asked expressionlessly. Medicine Master, we, a group of mysterious killers, entered Fengtian City and assassinated more than 2,000 insightful emptiness realm experts of our two major forces in a short period of time. And according to our estimation, at least 3,000 to 4,000 insightful emptiness realm experts were assassinated in Fengtian City. The half-step Wansho clan elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop lowered his head and said with an unsightly expression, "What?" The expressionless face of the Medicine Master in the mirror was moved and revealed an unsightly expression. Assassins? What kind of assassins are capable of such an unscrupulous assassination in Fengtian City? The Medicine Master asked with a gloomy face. 3,000 to 4,000 insightful emptiness realm experts had been killed or injured. Even the Medicine Master's breathing became slightly hurried when he heard this number. "I don't know. We searched the entire Fengtian City, but we didn't find any clues. Now we've even opened the Imperial Sky Array. But..." The elder of the Life and Death Pill Workshop revealed a bitter expression. "Our pills and spiritual herbs were stolen without a sound, and now we've assassinated so many people." Dark World? No, Dark World belongs to the assassination organization of the Draconid Empire. What kind of helper did the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan find? The Medicine Master muttered to himself with a solemn face, his eyes flashing with a cold luster. "It seems that we have to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, the losses will increase." After more than 10 seconds of silence, the Medicine Master's voice sounded again. "All of you, maintain the highest level of vigilance." After the Medicine Master finished speaking, the image in the mirror disappeared. The old man bowed and slowly stood up. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. "I hope that the Medicine Master and the others can exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan as soon as possible. Let's get ready. The Medicine Master and the Medicine Master should soon give the order to attack." The elder of the Life and Death Forging Workshop walked over and said, I hope this day will come as soon as possible." A hint of viciousness appeared on their faces. "It will be troublesome if we want to assassinate them next." At the highest level of a restaurant, Wang Xian looked down at the position in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Since that's the case, let's clean up those mercenaries." Wang Xian thought to himself. There were more than 10 million people in Fengtian City. It was impossible for all of them to gather in the center. Since that was the case, he could kill the people outside the center without any restraint. "Ao Yao, lead the strange demons to clear out the people around. This time, kill anyone below the insightful void realm." Wang Xian ordered Ao Yao and the rest expressionlessly. "It's the Dragon King." Ao Yao nodded, and the 500 strange demons immediately dispersed to the surroundings. Most of the experts were gathered at the center. How could the people around them withstand the assassination attempts of the strange demons? Especially those experts below the insightful emptiness realm. They were like mowing grass. They could kill over 100 of them in a minute. Time passed slowly. Everyone in Fengtian City was decreasing at a terrifying speed. As all the corpses were kept into the interspatial ring, the blood and corpses did not appear in the city for a while. This made many people unaware that a few hundred people would disappear every second. Although most of them were experts at the extraordinary realm, a few hundred people every second was absolutely terrifying. If this went on for an hour, hundreds of thousands of people would be assassinated. Just as Wang Xian had estimated, The entire Fengtian city was like a huge wheat field that was being harvested rapidly. Why does it feel like our Fengtian city is so quiet this morning? That's right. It's much quieter than usual, especially around here. The night passed very quickly. When the sun rose again, the sunny weather made everyone's solemn mood ease a little. However, when they heaved a sigh of relief and were about to eat something, they suddenly felt that the entire city had become much more peaceful. It was as if there was no sound coming from all directions. The strange atmosphere shocked everyone in the center. Everyone looked at each other. Their gazes once again landed in the direction of the outskirts of the city. We city guards will go and take a look. A city guard of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop formed a city guard army. A city guard of the 7th rank of the Profound Void tier hovered in the sky as he spoke to the dozen or so subordinates beside him. Yes, the dozen or so people nodded. They did not dare to walk over. Instead, they directly flew in the sky, flying in the direction of the outskirts. When they flew about 20 kilometers, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no one, not a single person. The entire area was like a dead city, and everything was silent. Where are the people around here? There are over 10 million people in our Fengtian city. Where are the people here? The city guard at the 7th level of the Profound Void tier trembled, and a frightened expression slowly appeared on his face. Captain, they couldn't have all been assassinated, right? A middle-aged man gulped and said in horror, How is this possible? We have more than 10 million people in Fengtian city, and there are at least 2 to 3 million people around us. This is impossible. An old man shook his head hard. As he spoke, even he himself couldn't believe it. If they were still alive, where did they go? Go to the other 3 directions and take a look. The city guard captain gritted his teeth and immediately flew to the left. There was no one. However, the entire outer area of the city was like a land of death. There was not a single person. Gulp. In one night, millions of people were assassinated. After patrolling 4 directions, a group of more than 10 people flew over in a daze. Their pupils were filled with fear. Their scalps were numb. Chapter 1670. 1670 escaped. Their scalps went numb. When the city guards passed the news to the elders and elders, even the experts at the 9th level of the Profound Void tier felt their scalps go numb. Over 10 million people in Fengtian city had gathered in the center due to the assassination yesterday. However, it was impossible for all 10 million people to gather in the center. There were still many brave ones who stayed in their own residences. However, in just one night, these people had all disappeared. These were millions of people. Moreover, most of them were martial artists above the transcendent 7th rank. If they were placed in a city, they could be considered as experts. In a small family, they were considered elites. It was these millions of elite experts who had all disappeared in one night. These are several million people. How long will it take to assassinate each and every one of them? What kind of fucking assassin organization is this? How can it be so terrifying? A night has passed, and not even a scream has occurred. Now I want to know how many assassins are hiding in our Fengtian city. The group of elders swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered. They were afraid. They were truly afraid. If the disappearance of 3,000 to 4,000 insightful emptiness realm experts in the afternoon had caused them to feel fear, then the disappearance of several million people in the surroundings of the city overnight had caused them to be completely afraid. Was this an assassin or a devil? In the entire continent, the most powerful assassin organization, the Dark Nether, should not be so terrifying, right? One had to know that the entire city's longevity-level defensive array had been activated. The one-eyed demon beasts were patrolling in the sky. Even so, this group of incomparably mysterious assassins was able to make 1 million people disappear in a single night. They were truly demons. Reporting to the elders and elders, there's a mercenary group of experts asking us to open the city gates. They want to leave this place. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man flew over with some fear in his eyes and reported loudly, "What?" Inside the room, the expressions of the elders and clan elders of the two major forces changed. Their bodies moved, and they flew out directly. Experts of the Life and Death Pill Workshop's Holy Item Forging Workshop, we want to leave Fengtian City. Please open the city gates. We want to leave this place. The assassins in Fengtian City are too terrifying. Millions of people disappeared overnight. We don't want to stay here anymore. That's right. We have to leave this place. When we accepted the mission, it said that we could leave freely. The 5 elders and the group of elders had just walked out when several thousand people gathered outside and said loudly. The 5 half-step longevity experts' faces darkened, and they took a deep breath. The longevity level array has been activated. Our medicine master and weapon master will arrive soon. Don't be anxious, everyone. A half-step longevity expert shook his arm and said in a deep voice, "Sir, may I know when the medicine master and weapon master will arrive? Who knows what will happen if they are 2 days late?" That's right. Unless you can catch the killer hiding in Fengtian City, we don't know when we will be assassinated. As soon as the half-step longevity expert finished speaking, a few elders couldn't help but speak out. "Please let us leave this place. Please open the city gates, lords, we want to leave." Shouts rang out one after another, causing the elders and elders of the two great forces to float in the air with unsightly expressions. This group of people had accepted their mission to come here. The two major forces couldn't order them, nor could they force them to do anything. In fact, they didn't even dare to make a move. Once they made a move, which mercenary group would accept the missions of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop in the future? Not good. The people in that area have disappeared. The people in that area have actually disappeared. Oh my God. Those killers are on the move again. We have to get out of here. At this moment, a terrified voice came from a distance. The faces of the people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop changed drastically. How is this possible? They are still making a move at this time. A half-step Wansho expert flew toward the direction of the voice with a furious look on his face. There were over 10,000 people on the street just now. In just 10 seconds, they've all disappeared. This is too terrifying. This is too terrifying. I want to leave this place. I want to leave this place. The half-step Wansho expert had just flown over when a series of terrified voices sounded. One by one, figures flew towards the center. Fengtian City forbade flying, but at this moment, that group of people completely disregarded it. The old man floated in the air and looked towards the empty street, sniffing. An extremely faint smell of blood spread out, causing his body to tremble. His icy cold gaze carefully scanned his surroundings, but he didn't find any traces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Elder Jiang, did you find anything? At this moment, 2 figures flew over and asked the old man. No, they assassinated more than 10,000 people on this street in an instant. How powerful are they? And how many assassins are there? The old man sighed and looked towards the center. It was chaotic. The entire Fengtian City was in complete chaos. Those who had come because of the reward directly floated in the sky, wanting to leave. The city guards of the 2 major factions could only appease them. After all, these were people on their side. What could they do? We can be sure that there are half-step longevity experts among this group of killers. Let us report to the medicine master and weapon master again. The other 2 half-step longevity experts said helplessly. Everyone, wait here for a few minutes. We will report to the medicine master immediately. We will try our best to ensure your safety. The 3 of them flew toward the center of the crowd. Looking at the chaotic crowd, they said in a deep voice as they entered the manor below. Hee, the more chaotic it is, the easier it will be for us to attack. At this moment, in a room not far away, Wang Xian was watching everything with a smile on his face. The more chaotic Fengtian City was, the easier it would be for them to make a move. Once there was a hidden location, he would make a move together with the 500 strange demons. More than 10,000 people would be instantly killed. After all, among the 10,000 people, there were only a dozen or so insightful void martial artists. It was too easy to kill them. Retreat. Everyone, retreat from Fengtian City. All the disciples of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop, gather all the items and prepare to leave. All the disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, gather all the items and prepare to leave. At this moment, orders were sent one after another, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. They escaped? They actually escaped? Wang Xian was a little speechless. This was the base of the two major factions before the battle. What did he mean by leaving now? Admit defeat? However, if he admitted defeat, how could he attack the Fire Lark clan with this retreat? Chapter 1671. 1671. The calm before the 1671 storm. Let's go. Let's go. Let's bring all the items. Phew. We can finally leave this godforsaken place. What kind of fucking assassin organization is this? How can it be so terrifying? Let's go. Let's go. We won't come again. We definitely won't make enemies with the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan in the future. They are simply too terrifying. I wonder where the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan found this assassin organization. Hiss. Hearing the orders of the experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, countless people in Fengtian City heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They hurriedly flew out, wanting to leave this damned place as soon as possible. Even the disciples of the two great factions had their hearts set at ease. An assassin group had annihilated more than 4,000 profound Void Realm experts of Fengtian City and more than 2,000 profound Void Realm experts of the two major factions within a short day. This was the first time they had heard of such a terrifying assassination method. In history, only the Underworld Assassin Group had such a terrifying assassination record. But in their opinion, even the Underworld was not as terrifying as this mysterious assassin group. At the very least, the Dark World's assassination was carried out at night, and this group of assassins could make people disappear silently during the day. After everyone packed up their things, they immediately flew in the opposite direction of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. It was a vast and mighty force, 5 to 6 million people. All the experts from the two major factions floated in the sky, their expressions unsightly as they swept their gaze over everyone below. They turned their heads to look behind them and took a deep breath. Although we don't know what assassin organization the Fire Lark clan has invited, don't be complacent. The next time we come, it will be your time to die. The 5 half-step Wansho experts had gloomy expressions as they guarded the team of 1 million people. The evacuation of 5 to 6 million people in the entire city caused a huge commotion within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the central continent region, there were 5 invincible empires. Other than these 5 empires, there were only 7 to 8 second-tier powers. In the past 1 to 2 years, the battle between the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the Life and Death Pill Workshop had attracted the attention of all the powers. Even the 5 great empires were paying attention to this battle. When these powers learned that the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Workshop had abandoned the city and left, all the powers were dumbfounded. What's going on? Aren't the two major forces in an advantageous position now? Why did they run away? Go and find out what happened. Logically speaking, the war has already reached such a stage. The two major forces have paid so many resources. It's impossible for them to leave just like that. The powerful forces immediately issued orders to find out why the two major forces had directly retreated. The Rufus X 9 Division City is up ahead. Let's go. Let's go to the 9 Division City to rest for a few days. The army of 5 to 6 million people arrived at the nearest city after traveling for 5 to 6 hours. Some of the experts from the mercenary groups and family forces walked straight into the 9 Division City. All the disciples of the two forces continued to move forward and didn't stop there. However, even if the people of the two forces did not stay, there were still 3 to 4 million people rushing into 9 Dispatch City. This scared all the guards in 9 Dispatch City. A few million people. They thought that some force had come to attack them. After understanding the specific situation, the The city guards of 9 Dispatch City let out a sigh of relief and opened the city gate. What's going on? Why did you leave Fengtian City directly? Did they make peace? The city guards couldn't help but ask it curiously as they watched the mercenary groups and clans that were emitting murderous auras enter. Stop talking. If we stay in Fengtian City any longer, we'll probably be finished. It's too fucking terrifying. An assassin group infiltrated Fengtian City and actually assassinated over 4,000 insightful Void Realm experts. Don't you think it's terrifying? There are more than 10 million people in Fengtian City. 3 to 4 million people were discovered within a day. We only knew that it was an assassin organization, but we didn't even see the shadow of an assassin. Now, even the people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop have retreated. Many elders from the 2 major forces have been assassinated. The answers one by one were transmitted over, causing all the guards in 9 Dispatch City to be slightly stunned. Their faces revealed a shocked expression. What? Assassin organization? An assassin organization is so terrifying? Even the people from the 2 major factions have retreated? Is this the work of the underworld assassin organization? The city guards asked in disbelief. It shouldn't be the underworld assassin organization. It should be even more powerful than them. All right, I'm going to enter the city to rest. The people from Fengtian City said as they walked into the city. They left behind a group of shocked 9 Dispatch City guards. However, very quickly, this news spread throughout the entire 9 Dispatch City. The mysterious and terrifying assassin group. The Life and Death Pill Workshop's Holy Item Forging Workshop was forced to retreat. Each and every piece of information stunned everyone. Could it be that the 2 major forces are going to admit defeat? Some people said. They must have been intimidated by that terrifying assassin organization. Right now, the 2 major forces are at an advantage. If they retreat, it's possible that they really won't attack. Moreover, in the current situation, it's impossible for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to counterattack. This war might end just like that. Some people replied. As a clan that was close to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, once Fengtian City decided to retreat, it was equivalent to leaving the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan more than 20,000 kilometers away. With such a long distance, it was no longer a battle. This, Patriarch, according to the news sent by our people hiding in Fengtian City, a mysterious assassin organization assassinated over 4,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in one day. Apart from that, at least 3 to 4 million people disappeared overnight. It was all done by that mysterious and terrifying assassin organization. At this moment, in Fire Cloud Mountain, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who had received the news hurriedly reported to Patriarch Feng Yun. Their faces were filled with shock. What? They retreated? Assassin organization? Patriarch Feng Yun looked at the information in his hand, and his face was also filled with shock. This made her think of the young man she had met 3 years ago, and the strange demonic beast race following him. Patriarch, tell me, is this the assassin organization under young Master Wang? Several elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan asked in bewilderment. Besides young Master Wang, there won't be anyone else. Patriarch Feng Yun said with a sigh. His eyes revealed a trace of excitement, and he heaved a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. In Fengtian City, which has a longevity-grade array formation, they can assassinate several million people in a day. It's really hard to imagine that young Master Wang's assassin organization can almost compare to the underworld. An elder said in disbelief. If they are retreating, is this war already over? With young Master Wang and his assassin subordinates, no matter how many people come, they will still be assassinated. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.